The Projection Booth podcast is sponsored by Scarecrow Video. Try out Scarecrow's rent-by-mail service. Choose from over 150,000 films and get Blu-rays, 4Ks, and DVDs delivered directly to your door. Visit scarecrow.com today.
Hold your ears, folks. It's showtime.
People pay good money to see this movie. When they go out to a theater, they want cold sodas, hot popcorn, and no monsters in the projection booth.
Everyone pretend podcasting isn't boring.
Turn it off. Turn it off.
W-A-R.
Private investigator.
S-H-A-W.
You don't look much like a private detective to me.
S-K-I.
Who are you?
Warshawski. V.I. Warshawski.
Kathleen Turner is V.I. Warshawski.
What does V stand for?
Virtuous.
And the I?
Inquisitive. Looking for something?
Just because she's a woman
You know how hard it is to get blood out of cashmere?
doesn't mean she's always a lady.
Get to the point, bonehead. Sorry about that, guys. You know what this is?
It's a nutcracker.
You know what we do with nutcrackers?
You let a broad do this to you?
V.I. Warshawski.
Babe alert!
What's that V stand for?
My first name.
You're a funny lady.
Try beautiful. It works much better, believe me.
I'm hiring you to find out who killed my dad.
Being a detective is no job for a girl like you.
These guys are playing hardball.
I got this feeling in my gut.
Woman's intuition. Get off the case.
Never underestimate a woman.
Kathleen Turner is
Warshawski.
Warshawski.
V.I. Warshawski.
You're about this close.
What's that? Your IQ or the size of your...
V.I. Warshawski.
My friends call me Vic.
Welcome to the Projection Booth. I'm your host, Mike White. Joining me once again is Ms. Rahne Alexander.
Hey, glad to be here.
Also back in the booth is Ms. Dahlia Schweitzer.
Hi, I'm so excited to be here.
Noirvember 2025 continues with a look at Jeff Kanew's 1991 film, V.I. Warshawski. Based loosely on the character created by Sara Paretsky, the film stars Kathleen Turner as the titular detective who gets stuck babysitting the daughter of a man she just met and who just got killed under mysterious circumstances. We will be spoiling the mystery of what happened to former Blackhawks player Boom Boom and what the VI stands for as we go along. So if you don't want anything ruined, please turn off the podcast and come back after you've seen the movie. So Dahlia, when was the first time you saw V.I. Warshawski and what did you think?
I saw it when it was first released, and I was young and naive, and I thought it was great. I've always loved detective stories, and, you know, it's so rare to get one with a woman that I thought it was pretty great. My opinion of the movie has changed over time.
And Rahne, how about yourself?
You know, I also saw it when it was first released, and it was a profound bummer. One of those films where I feel like we just walked out silently and went to Denny's. It was underwhelming. It was at a time when I was seeing every Kathleen Turner film sight unseen almost, I feel like. And I don't know, felt quite let down, and I'm not so sure that my feelings have changed in the ensuing years.
I did not see this when it came out. I actually remember it opening, though, because I was still working at a movie theater when this came out. And I remember the standee for this with apparently not Kathleen Turner's body. Somewhere in the trivia, I read whose body that actually is, and then her head pasted on it. Yeah, this was still before things like Undercover Blues, which I didn't watch. I think I got really kind of turned off because of War of the Roses and just how, I don't know, this sounds so weird for me to say, me of all people, just how mean-spirited that movie was. It was okay for me the entire way through until there was a implication of a dog being eaten. That was a bridge too far, but pretty much everything else. I was a big fan of Kathleen Turner. I definitely went to see The Jewel of the Nile and Romancing the Stone when movies were out. I saw The Man with Two Brains. I wasn't old enough to see Crimes of Passion in the movie theater, but I definitely saw that late night on cable and definitely enjoyed it. It made quite an impression to a 12-year-old. So yeah, that was a big moment for me. But this one, I didn't see it until just a few years ago. And I was kind of underwhelmed by it. And it seemed to suffer from that thing that we get where we decide that we have to pair up somebody, especially a police person or a detective, with a little girl or a little boy. And man, oh man, does that usually not fly for me. And it really didn't fly for me in this movie.
I'm a huge fan of Gloria, both versions, but of course, the original film. And, after you've hit that high water mark, how can you come down from that? I know others will compare this to Paper Moon. Sure, but it's less of a caper film in the way that, Gloria was more of a film about protecting this child and kind of taking on this role that you were not expecting to do. And of course, there's certainly physical resemblance between Jenna Rollins and Kathleen Turner, which would bring that Gloria idea to mind. Yeah, it's definitely got that, adding Oliver to the cast of Brady Bunch kind of vibe going on in this film.
And what's weird is that it's solidly a rated R film. That there are, I don't even know how many fucks on the soundtrack, and you've got even the little girl saying fuck a few times. That whole, "Are you fucking my dad?" she says once seriously to Kathleen Turner and once as a joke to the woman that Jay Saunders is sleeping with. I looked up what else she was in. She was only in 2 things, but I was fans of both of them. It's okay, so we're saying fuck. We've got some pretty good violence in here. Not terribly, not peeling back fingernails or anything like that. I just watched Drive again the other night, and it's okay, yeah, that's got some good violence with hammers and things like that. But yet you've got the little kid in here, which feels like such a PG-13 thing to do. So it just feels like this movie is almost fighting with itself.
I would argue that it's not so much a PG-13 thing to do, but a misogynistic thing to do. Because the implication is, first of all, that VI can't solve crimes on her own, that she needs a sidekick. But that the fact that she needs a sidekick that's a child is incredibly demeaning. And then the fact that VI is constantly preoccupied with the question of whether or not she'd make a good mother. And then at the end of the movie, she ends up becoming a mother. And that's sort of now that's the happy ending. Now watching the film, that and her weight are the 2 things that drive me crazy.
Yeah, that opening sequence really, really drove me nuts. We're being given such a mixed message from the beginning. This character who, is, kind of rough and tumble, apparently doesn't care how she smells, right? She picks up a sweatshirt off the ground and smells it. But then she weighs herself. She goes out on a morning run, is kind of engaging in these whatever body conscious kinds of things. And this is not to say that American women are not full of contradictions, but in the case of this, we're trying to build a character here, and it's just conflicts from the beginning that really, really don't make sense. And more to the point, don't connect with who I think their target audience should have been, which is, me. And I'm presuming you, Dahlia.
Well, I think the conflict that you're sensing is the difference between the character as she's written in the books and the character as she's presented in the movie. Because the character in the books is not worried about her weight. She's worried about being fit. Somewhere in the writing process, they decided to dilute all this message. I mean, the kid isn't in the book either. So somehow they kind of inserted all these other messages into the movie that don't work because they aren't in the original source material.
And it's fine if a character is a slob. That's absolutely fine. And I really didn't mind her opening up the fridge and just like, oh yeah, everything's gone bad and stuff. But at the same time, it does feel like it's undercutting her and really kind of casting judgment on her more than if it was a Walter Matthau or something. Oh, isn't that funny? But when it comes to this, it's like, oh my gosh, this woman, how can she live this way? You know, it's like, yeah, relax. But I also don't like that when she's on her morning run, you've got those guys who, and I guess maybe this is true to life, when they're like, babe alert, and they all start like woofing at her and stuff. It's like, okay, what are we doing? Which is it going to be? And yeah, the whole thing of like the motherhood and all that. I mean, we have this whole dichotomy of her VI as the good mother, and then I keep wanting to say stepmother, even though she's actually the girl's biological mother, but the girl's mother. And she's basically like the evil stepmother type of character. And meanwhile, VI is like the virtuous mother. And then you even have the whole thing with the egg and the little girl taking care of the egg to show like what kind of mother is she, and that she keeps making mistakes and the egg keeps breaking. It's that whole home ec thing where, you know, you get the egg and you have to take care of it. And it's like, of course, you just hard boil the egg. Don't worry about it. Just hard boil the egg, pretend that you're good. And then maybe on the last day you bring in a replacement egg. You're good. That's all you have to do. But like they even make that very pointed shot of the broken egg on the dock after she runs away from basically learning that her father's been blown up. And it's like, okay, yeah, I don't know what that has to do with his death, but definitely shows how upset she is, and, you know, shows that she's also still not that great of a, like the little girl is not a good mother as well. And it's like, is this a journey for her to learn how to be a good mom? I don't know. I mean, this movie just frustrates me a lot. I like certain things about it, but other things just kind of get under my skin and irk me.
Watching it through a couple of times in preparation for the podcast, it became really clear to me that this was in development hell. And that is where I think a lot of the problems are manifesting. Nobody's taking responsibility for it. Doing a little research, we find out that like the writer who really salvaged this ultimately doesn't even get credit on the picture, right? Goes through all these iterations that, you know, I don't really get, and I mean, I don't want to be such a second wave feminist about it, but like this really feels like some misogynist idea of what women have to put up with, you know? So being sexually harassed while you're jogging. Yes, it definitely happens. Does it happen like that? No, it's worse. Right? Like those of us who have been sexually harassed, especially when we're feeling like at our like grubbiest and most disgusting, which happens a lot. It's not something that you just like always brush off so easily, right? If we'd had somebody who had any kind of interiority shooting that, looking at it, writing it, I think that sequence could have had a lot more, it could have been a lot more effectiveness. It could have landed more with the audiences, you know? And I feel like that idea just infiltrates the entire film.
Going back to what you were saying about the moldy refrigerator, one of the things that's so fascinating about private detectives is that the better the private detective you are, the worse you are at life. But that there's like this kind of direct ratio. And so the private detective, that's why because usually it's a he, is so often an alcoholic, a smoker, single, maybe has a broken marriage. You know, I mean, it's just, you can't be good at being a detective and good at that other stuff. So in that respect, it makes sense that, of course, you know, her clothes are going to be on the floor. The refrigerator is going to be a disaster. But the problem is the movie is judging that. And because it's a woman, and the woman is supposed to be a good mother, a good housewife, etc. And so a woman isn't allowed to have a moldy refrigerator. And so it's, you know, if, as you said, like if this was a male detective, we wouldn't bat an eye. But because it's a female, it's presented in this very judgmental way.
another detective would be out at midnight looking for cat food for his cat because it's very particular about the brand of cat food that it eats. The opening of the movie, once we get past kind of her introduction, which, by the way, reminds me a lot of the film Jumping Jack Flash and how they set up the Whoopi Goldberg character, even like the waking up in the morning kind of thing with that start. I mean, we've seen that in so many movies where it's like, okay, here's the character in the morning doing their morning routine. And then we have her dressed to the nines in this sausage factory with Stephen Root. And I'm just like, this is Stephen Root. The guy's in one scene for 1 minute. And I just kept wondering, like, what is going on here? And then luckily, you know, we have one version of this script, one of, like you said, Rain, this was stuck in development for a long time, at least 4 writers on it. One who came back at one point, the one that kind of stuck around towards the end, Warren Leight, who doesn't even get any credit for this. Seems like he worked with Kanew the most. And there's definitely a lot more of this whole sausage scene inside of that. And she just kind of makes a flip throwaway line later on as far as like, she really needs the money, but she didn't want to work for this guy. And it's like, okay, well, why even show the scene? It just seems so superfluous because it's like, and I don't know, maybe this is 2025 Mike White talking versus 1991 Mike White talking, but I see Stephen Root show up in a movie and I'm just like, okay, cool. I'm here for it. What's he going to do? This is great. I'm really looking forward to seeing, oh, he's off the screen and we'll never see him again. I kept waiting for us to come back to him. And like when Wayne Knight shows up, I'm just like, okay, well, you know, these 2 heavy character actors, I'm like, maybe get Wayne Knight earlier in the movie instead of this guy. I don't know what's going on, but I'm just like, I would have liked to have had him come back or have any sort of impact on the narrative at all. And since he doesn't, I'm just like, why do we even have this scene? Is it just to show her in a sausage factory, her contraposed against the background where she's got her high heels and there's like a piece of meat in front of her feet?
It serves that purpose where it's kind of the cheap joke. And it's meant to show us that she is a woman in a man's world and that she doesn't belong there. You know, that the detective needs to be a man and that there's this kind of conflict that's happening by putting this woman in high heels in the sausage factory. Ha.
It helps set up all the dick jokes that come throughout the film, you know, because it's just this endless parade of those. And, you know, the other thing that I couldn't stop thinking about is I grew up in California, but I grew up reading the classics as you do. And, you know, I read The Jungle like everybody else did in high school. This was my first like exposure to this idea of like Chicago and meatpacking and like all these things that are, you know, highly identified with what Chicago is. And I feel like, you know, listening to some of the commentary from the director, you know, I think that he was really looking for lots of ways to get really interesting and engaging shots, you know, much like he was able to find a location where he could see Wrigley Field from the apartment window, right? It feels to me like maybe this was just like his attempt at like making something that feels Chicago-y in a way. I feel like that's a generous reading of it, but at the same time, like I don't understand otherwise why that scene ended up in the final cut.
And then when I think about her, like we were saying, she's there in her high heels and shoes. We'll talk about this more, but shoes play such a major role in this film. But as soon as I see her, sorry, this could be me just being an awful person, but I see somebody in a factory wearing high heels. I'm like, that's not safe. There are so many grates, so many things, you know, like I've been to plants in my life and the rules are very clear, like no high heels. And I think they even talk about that in the book of this, which is so completely different. And I think Jeff Kanew says like we adapted 1.5 books and I don't know. There's a strong thread of one book that goes through this. Yeah, I don't know if there's ever a book where she gets paired up with a little girl, but the whole thing of like the shipping factory or the shipping and all that. And that, again, going back to that script from 1990, I think it was, that really even has more of the shipping stuff. But even to the point of, just to go to the mystery at the heart of this whole movie, she meets this guy in a bar. He shows up at her house what are we thinking? Like an hour later? Or is it like the next night or something? I'm trying to even figure out the timeline of when he shows up just unannounced at her place with the little girl, and he dumps her there with Warshawski, and then he dies, and now she has to solve his murder. And she's basically solving the murder for the little girl, right? She's not solving the murder for the guy. But you go back to the book, that's her cousin. That's her cousin that she grew up with and knew very, very well and really liked this guy, her cousin Boom Boom, who worked, was on the Blackhawks. So she has a real vested interest in solving his murder. And he's this outsider. He's not a brother to these other shipping people. He's working for these shipping people, and he has stumbled onto something that he shouldn't. And he's basically like the more amateur detective putting all of these things together. And that's what gets him killed, as opposed to this, where it's these three brothers. And I guess fratricide is just a lot easier than killing a stranger in this world. So three brothers who, by the way, look nothing alike, including the one guy who looks like a rooster. I kept waiting for him to like sling a guitar across his chest and start playing something. But instead he's like this modern artist, which just is kind of bizarre. But I mean, there's so little left of the original Paretsky novel in here. I think Chicago is like the biggest thing that stays true to it.
It's funny you talk about the brothers that don't look anything alike, when at the same time you have her reporter friend and this Blackhawks boyfriend, or one night stand, or not even a one night stand, one night visitor, who basically look identical. You know, when they both show up in her apartment, it's just, it feels like a joke to me in so many ways, like this visual joke. They look so similar.
And it just feels like such a sitcom type of thing to have all of these people showing up in her bathroom. It feels like this is something that would happen on Friends. And I don't mean that as a compliment.
No, and I think a lot of the jokes are very sitcom-y too.
Yeah, the whole thing of her going into this bar, the Golden Globe bar, and I was glad to find out that that was actually shot at the Green Mill, because I have a friend who's worked at the Green Mill forever. And if you look at pictures of the Green Mill and you look at the Golden Glow, they just pretty much changed the neon of the name, and everything else is the same. But she goes in and talks with her favorite bartender / friend, I imagine. And the bartender's got food for her. She's like, hey, have some of this. But VI is not happy with that. She wants the box. And we find out that inside of the box is this pair of red bedazzled shoes. Puts on the shoes. She's just like, oh, good shoes make everything better. As a man, I'm not sure about that. Do you guys just like love putting on new shoes? Can either of you explain this one to me?
I think it's about being sexy.
I'm shoe conscious. I'm shoe forward. I love a good shoe. It's not necessarily always, I mean, there's utility to it, but who wouldn't love a new pair of shoes? But I feel like one of the things that I have not read the novels myself, so I can't really speak to that experience, but this is a character quirk of V.I. Warshawski. It seems strange to me that it was be fixated on a single pair of shoes in the scope of this film. I feel like I would want to see more of it. It doesn't necessarily need to go into like Imelda Marcos territory, but as somebody who's got too many shoes for my own good, and, you know, not always a lot of money to like justify that expense, I feel like we should have seen a little bit more of that to make it feel authentic. To just even the delivery of that line. Nothing beats a good pair of shoes, whatever that line happens to be.
I always thought that she was putting on those shoes in order to pick up a guy. And that's why the shoes lived at the bar.
That makes sense, because as it is, it's like, why does the bartender have a box? Basically, it looks like it's gift wrapped, but why does she have a box under the bar at all times for VI to have? So yeah, and then she does use those shoes literally to pick up that guy, because she sticks out her leg and hits his leg, and shoe pops off. And we get that joke later on, too, where she gets accosted by these two thugs, two character actors who I love Lee Arenberg, and he was fantastic and Freaked, but I love him especially, and the other guy from Seinfeld. So this is like this, Seinfeld is on the air at this point, I think, or just about to be on the air. So there's like between those two and then Wayne Knight, this is such a time capsule of like early 90s sitcoms, like with them. And then Stephen Root was on news radio at this point, I think. I'm turning this in like the Root cast here. I'm just like, let's talk more about Stephen Root. She has that whole thing about, oh, you didn't pick up my shoe. And luckily, who is it? One of her friends gives it back to her, because she's got this like friend group between like the older woman doctor who takes care of her. She's got Jay Saunders, who's a reporter, who I guess they sleep together. Maybe they used to be a couple, but she does talk about how she catches him cheating and things. And she pretty much just knows that he's a dog and knows how to control this dog too. The whole thing where she calls and leaves a message, don't do this, don't report about this thing, and this thing. And then the next morning they're in the morning paper. I mean, you would think maybe she would pretend to be mad at him at least, but yeah, this whole idea of like she knows everything about this guy and can control him perfectly. And I love Jay Saunders, by the way. Every time he shows up and stuff, he's great. I always associate him with, another Wayne Knight film, JFK. I also associate him working with Kevin Costner in that one. And to see him and Michael Rooker, I would love if they had been like detective partners in a movie at some point.
I mean, I feel like the cast all through does great work, with what they've got. I can't really complain about any of the performances, except for the fact that most people aren't given enough to do. Most are not, the Stephen Root probably being the most glaring example of just being left, I guess, on the cutting room floor. So it's really not the fault of the actors. Like I really, really come down on. I think this is a script problem at its root.
At its Stephen Root. And I think the movie looks decent. I think it's shot pretty well. I do like when they're making out and you see, how I think Kanew's using very long lens there. So they're very much in focus, and you've got the lights behind them all out of focus. And hearing him on the audio commentary, it was very interesting to hear just how much of this movie was shot in Chicago versus shot in California. And a lot of those times they blend those sequences and those shots very, very well, to the point where I actually thought this whole thing had been shot in Chicago.
I also thought the whole thing had been shot in Chicago. So I was surprised on that commentary where he's talking about like, oh, that's actually in Pasadena, because I had no idea. But I also thought it was interesting, going back to your comment about the long lenses, where he makes a really interesting comment where he says that he likes to shoot with long lenses because some of those shots would be boring with the regular 50 millimeter lens. And I was kind of like, oh, that explains why there's so many long shots in the movie. He's very fond of them.
And he does have a good eye for casting. I mean, I like we said, great performances, even some of the smaller performances like her landlord, or, just even like people on the street kind of thing. The lawyer, the banker. I love that story on the commentary about how Disney wanted him to reshoot the whole thing with the banker, the one who helps her with and I don't know why he's okay pulling up somebody else's bank account information. You would think that would not be good, because they're already giving the little girl trouble depositing a check for somebody else, which if somebody wants to deposit a check in my account, feel free. That's absolutely fine. I don't know if I can like turn off that safety feature. Feel free to just deposit whatever money you want into my account. But we've got that security. But then later on, she's like, oh, hey, here's this account number. And he just pulls it up and turns the thing around and is like, oh, here you go. Look at all of these steps. Oh, my little girl, you sure have a lot of withdrawn checks and, however many, I think what they say, like billions of dollars in debt kind of thing. So it's like, wow, but you're fine just showing that to anybody. I'm not trying to like cinema sins this movie or anything, but, I like a really well drawn detective story. And there are just so many little pieces in here. I'm like, oh yeah, that could have been better. That could have been tighter. And I want to like this movie because I do like so many of the people in it. I do find the story to be fairly interesting. I just wish the mystery had been a little bit more to it, a little bit extra than where it is, because it doesn't even feel like that much of a mystery at the end, because when you see that little rooster guy and you see the mom, you're like, oh, well, these people aren't very nice people at all. And then they end up basically like screwing each other over and they're the bad guys. I'm like, okay, shocker, not really.
It's just so badly written that it kind of transcends many different problems, so it's badly written in terms of the misogyny, but it's also badly written in terms of these kind of sloppy moments where you're like, that doesn't make any sense. And I also desperately want to like the movie because there's so few female private eye films. They had to mess it up. And I don't know why. I don't know why they couldn't just have been more authentic to the book.
I mean, when we talked about Tank Girl, Mike, months ago, this is something where clearly the studio is coming in and messing with something and the scripts are floundering. And what we end up with is, a film that arguably could have really become its own franchise, but because of how bad they fuck it up, it ends up being a proof that the film isn't ever going to work. We could never have a franchise like that. Nobody's ever going to want to watch a female private eye film franchise because this movie was, not what it could have been. And, and I think another thing that is not to be overlooked is that this film came out like the same summer that Thelma and Louise did. And this was something that was really part of my own visceral reaction to this, is that I went to see Thelma and Louise and came out just riding high and ready to just fucking destroy everything, and I had just graduated college and I was like, now what am I going to do? Now what am I going to up to? It felt like maybe this would be carrying on that energy, and it just was not able to do that, right? It was going to be the sad trombone film after you see something like Thelma and Louise.
I mean, at least they carried on with Kathleen Turner. She reads I don't know if they're dramatizations or if she is just reading the books, but there was, I want to say, a BBC audio series of her as V.I. Warshawski. So that's cool that continued on in that vein, because I think she really did connect with that character. And at least that way, we don't have to look at her puffy face. Oh my God. It's like, come on, guys. Apparently Disney was all up in arms too, because she was just getting on some medication for some rheumatoid arthritis that she had and occasionally looked puffy. It's like, man, oh man, if I looked half as good, a tenth, 100th as good as she looks in this movie, she looks amazing to me. And I've always just found her to be so charming and just so compelling as a person. I mean, especially, when she is the femme fatale in Body Heat, but no matter what she's doing, Joan in those Jewel of the Nile and Romancing the Stone movies, she's wonderful in that. And yeah, I really, which is funny because when I think about it, I'm thinking of other female protagonists over the last few years, and I just popped onto that. What was that movie with Bryce Dallas Howard and Sam Rockwell, where she was a mystery writer, very much like Joan was in Romancing the Stone, and then she gets thrown into a real life adventure, very much like Joan. It's like I didn't realize that movie was kind of a remake of Romancing the Stone until just right now. And it was named after a cat, and I can't remember what the cat's name was.
Argyle?
Argyle. But another movie that just, woman can't open a movie. Remember we had that whole thing going for a while. Women, you just can't have a woman-led film or woman-directed film. And you look at the examples, quote-unquote examples that were given, and it's like, oh, look at what a mess Chloe Zhao made of The Eternals. It's like, I'm sorry, but The Eternals were a fucking mess before anybody showed up to direct that thing.
Think about how good the movie would have been if they had just stayed more authentic to the book.
And the book goes to a lot of interesting places. As somebody who lives around the Great Lakes, I was really intrigued. She goes all the way up to Thunder Bay, in Lake Superior. And there's this whole thing of, what's on these boats and what's being shipped. And, it taught me more about the shipping life than I ever would have known otherwise. And I found it really interesting. I thought that, the Paretsky book was fantastic, and it makes me want to read or listen to a lot more. I listened to the audiobook, and the narrator of it did a fantastic job. And just, Paretsky's prose was really compelling. And I was like you were saying, this could have been a franchise. We could have had like a whole series of these, but instead I know there's other female detectives that are out there where it's like, please, can somebody bring some of these ladies to the screen? Like some of those, the Sue Grafton books, some of those things. It's like, come on, Laura Lippman. Yeah, there's tons of great female detectives. And nope, they just get passed by in favor of the male ones.
I mean, this movie, I show it in my class when I do my private detective class. And I use it as an example of like a failure, and we talk about why it is a failure and why it's like seemingly so impossible to have a movie with a female private eye where it works, and that there are all these examples where it doesn't. And it doesn't work because these things keep getting in the way, that keep kind of poking holes in its possibilities. Like, I don't know if you ever saw the TV show The Catch, but it's also sort of similarly positioned as it's just a big mess because it's trying to do these female private eyes. And for instance, going back to what you were saying about the shoes in the sausage factory, where you were saying like, why is she wearing those shoes? In The Catch, the female private eyes are wearing like these stilettos. And it's like, really, a private eye is going to wear stilettos, as they're like supposedly tailing someone or like, running behind some bushes or whatever. But it's for some reason, Hollywood cannot figure out how to do an effective female private eye.
Yeah, you get her showing up at the crime scene wearing that incredible dress because of the little girl took the dress, and then she's wearing a robe, so she ends up putting the dress on in the back of the taxi, and then you've got the taxi driver leering at her, and she shows, I don't know why she still has the robe on over the dress, but dressed to the nines at this crime scene. And that's where we're introduced to Charles Durning. It's funny, we're going to be talking about him again in 2 weeks when we talk about the film Cop, but he, I'm sure one thing that you talk about in your private eye class is the whole relationship between detectives and police. What's that relationship like? And sometimes it's uneasy. Sometimes it's very friendly. This one, Durning is basically her surrogate father, which I don't tend to get with most detectives. It feels more like a friendship or a rivalry, but not a father-daughter relationship.
No, it's generally antagonistic. And the cops are usually portrayed as, incompetent, dumb, slow, whatever. But they get in the way of the private detective who's really better at solving the case.
He's more concerned just about her welfare, which is nice, but at the same time, it doesn't fit with the mold. And I would kind of like it to be more of the mold and be more antagonistic. And I want to say again, sorry to sound like a broken record, but going back to the book, I believe it is very antagonistic. And it's like, so many times private eyes in movies are former police officers that wanted to branch out on their own, that couldn't play by the rules, or, just somebody up and coming that cannot get along with the police and who, either they're in the way or, like you said, the police are in the way, and the police are always the ones that come in and they want to make snap decisions and say, this is how it happened. And the detective is always the one that wants to dig deeper, wants to find out what's really going on, and isn't happy with pat answers. A lot of times a detective will blow up their own case if they find out that they've been wrong.
What's to stop somebody from making a good version of this, right?
Hypothetically, it should be possible.
I'm honestly surprised nobody's done it for television, because I could see this being a long-form TV thing, just like Reacher. Reacher, the first Reacher movie I liked a lot, even though it was completely miscast with Tom Cruise. They should have called it something else other than Jack Reacher. The guy who's playing him now on TV, on Prime, he's built for the part. And he's fantastic. And I love watching that show, and I love they're using long form TV to tell us a very intricate detective story, and even making nods back to the former quote unquote books, the former seasons. I really like that. And I could really see a V.I. Warshawski having her whole series of adventures. Why not? Cast somebody really strong in that role, somebody that's very compelling, like Kathleen Turner. Let's see it today.
Yeah, you'd think it would be so easy.
It's not like good mysteries go out of style.
No, there's something about having the female detective. Like it's okay when she's very young and she's very old, right? So we can have like the Angela Lansbury Murder, She Wrote. That's totally fine. We can have the Veronica Mars, Nancy Drew. That's totally fine. But when she's middle-aged, it's like, it doesn't work.
That's right. Can't be doing detective work during your prime maternal years, right?
Exactly, your childbearing years.
No, you're right. As soon as you said that, I was like, oh, Miss Marple. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the cozy mysteries with the old ladies, like that's totally fine.
Yeah, are you ovulating? You obviously cannot solve a mystery.
It's like confounding because you think, we clearly love mysteries. They crank out so many a year, but yet the closest I've been able to get is like Jessica Jones, which isn't totally accurate.
I mean, even when you look at Maddie on Moonlighting, I mean, she just takes such a backseat to David Addison, and he's always the one connecting those stories together. She takes a backseat. She's very much like Mrs. King from Scarecrow, Mrs. King, or even Remington Steele. I mean, Remington Steele, a fictional character created by the woman running this detective agency because no one will hire a woman detective, so she has to make up this character, and in walks Pierce Brosnan, and he just assumes that role as a complete con artist, basically, and that's the whole show, which is just a bizarre premise.
Yeah, where she keeps doing all the work and he keeps getting all the credit because everybody assumes that, she's the secretary.
And meanwhile, she's the power behind the throne.
No, Remington Steele was really ahead of its time. It's a brilliant show. That one of the international titles for the movie was V.I. Warshawski, Detective in High Heels, which I think kind of says everything you need to know.
Well, the ad campaign, what was it? What was the ad campaign for this? Because it also talked about high heels, long legs kind of thing.
I mean, you have the poster.
The poster, yeah, with just her legs and playing off of the V and the W and the shape of her legs. Yeah, I mean, that whole poster, the big W behind her and her legs form the bottom part of it.
Yeah, where in the evolution of the movie poster between a woman's legs is this? Because there's a long history of it, but I'm not entirely sure when that really began in earnest. And this is certainly one of the more iconic examples of that trope.
I think it's interesting also to talk about her name and the fact that she deliberately tries to downplay her gender by going by VI. And that when she's called Vicky, for instance, it's usually done in this very patronizing sort of way, which again speaks to it's kind of like with the Remington Steele, where she's aware of the fact that she can't be too feminine, or at least, her name can't be too feminine because it will deter potential clients.
Well, yeah, she has that whole thing that she even tells the little girl about, that's why I use my initials, is that people can't condescend to you if they don't know your first name, or it's harder to, they have to call her Ms. Warshawski. And you've got the whole thing of the little girl being there basically so that, and I know there was talk at one point of there being a voiceover for this because the books are narrated by V.I. Warshawski. The movie, they were talking about having it narrated, and then Disney changed their mind and said, no narration. And then they said, oh, you know what? Let's have narration. And by that time, Kathleen Turner's like, you know what? Fuck you. Because she was really the force behind this. Like, she's the one who put together this package. It's like, she interviewed Kanew. I'm sure that she had a hand in picking the writers. She was very into this, and I really wanted her to succeed, especially at this point in her career. I think her having a series would have just really put a fine point on just what a great actress she is. And instead she keeps ending up in shitty other stuff. It's like after this movie, I don't know. I mean, of course, I love Dumb and Dumber 2, but I'm trying to think of other stuff that she did after this where it's just like, oh, yeah, that was a great thing. Well, I guess Serial Mom.
Serial Mom came out.
Serial Mom does it, yes. So,
yeah, I think there were a couple of things. But yeah, but by and large, you're right. But I think, dealing with her health issues and the ways that would be translating to the camera were a burden that she was having to bear.
I think the voiceover thing is really symbolic of the problems with the movie, where, if they had stayed true to the book, she would have had a voiceover. But for whatever reason, Disney didn't want to allow her to have a voiceover. And the voiceover is what gives the character agency, because the voiceover is the person who's guiding you through the movie. And so, Veronica Mars, for instance, has a voiceover. I mean, many private eye noir films have voiceovers. It's part of the whole genre style. And so the fact that they said that she couldn't have a voiceover is really like taking away her voice. It's really emasculating her. And then obviously they realized that they had messed up, but it was too late. But I thought it was really interesting that because they didn't explain why they didn't give her a voiceover, but they didn't want to give her a voiceover. And I feel like that movie is supposed to have a voiceover because those kinds of movies are supposed to have a voiceover.
I don't think the voiceover would have played well, though, with all of the advice she's giving to the little girl, because that's basically her voiceover. That's her inner monologue, like telling her, like, oh, rule number 1 of detecting, do this. Rule number 2, do this. It's like that would have worked so much better as a voiceover. And had we not had that kid there, I just really had problems with having this little girl there and just kind of glomming onto stuff and being that, little Miss Marker type character where you're just like, okay, yeah, here she goes. She's going to start crying. And I don't blame the actress and stuff, but there are a few times. There's one major scene where she kind of breaks down, father's dead, all this kind of stuff. And I just feel like, oh, this is the Oscar moment. This is what they're going to play at the Academy Awards when they're just like, and nominated for V.I. Warshawski, this actress. And then, they play this clip and she's just tearing up and stuff. It was just a little much for me at times. And again, that could just be, 1991, I might have been fine with it, but in 2025, I'm just like, okay, can we end this scene pretty soon? This is getting to be a little long in the tooth.
Well, that's what's so funny about when you were asking me at the beginning of our conversation about whether I liked the movie when it came out. And I did like the movie because I didn't really know any better. And now watching it with, sort of our 2025 perspective, it's just like you want to put your head in your hand and go, oh, my God, just like one thing after the next is just so demeaning. You kind of wonder why, if this was Kathleen Turner's project, she went along with it all and didn't have more of a role in sort of, I don't know, making the script better.
Yeah, it's a mystery. It is a mystery.
That's the bigger mystery than the mystery in the movie. All right, we're going to take a break and we'll be back with a whole slew of interviews. First up, you're going to hear from the creator of V.I. Warshawski herself, Sara Paretsky. After that, we'll hear from screenwriters David Aaron Cohen and Nick Thiel. After that, we'll hear from director Jeff Kanew. And last but not least, we'll hear from the final writer on V.I. Warshawski, Warren Leight. And we'll be back with all of that right after these brief messages.
Welcome to Heist Club,
where we lay out the blueprints for some of the strangest, boldest, and most unbelievable robberies of all time.
From mysteries unsolved,
to flawless plans,
to split-second mistakes.
Like the $19 million last job pulled off by London's very own version of The Expendables.
Or the robbery that made the Mona Lisa the most famous painting in the world. Like the Thomas Crown Affair, set in 1911 Paris.
But also less sophisticated. And no Pierce Brosnan.
Sorry, Todd. We cover bank jobs, art lifts, diamond scores, all the stuff Danny Ocean's crew would be jealous of.
I'm Todd.
And I'm Jesse.
Welcome to Heist Club. Real-life capers that inspire movies, mysteries, and time in prison.
Listen on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts.
And follow us at Heist Club Pod on all your social media apps, including Letterboxd.
Tell us about your favorite heists, what you would have done. Hypothetically, of course.
Listen in and join the club.
Looking for something superior to streaming? A place with more than 5 times the selection available on all streaming services combined? Check out Scarecrow Video's Rent by Mail service. Select from an unparalleled collection of over 150,000 films and get Blu-rays, 4Ks, and DVDs delivered directly to your door. Get in on it now at scarecrow.com and rediscover the wonders of physical media. All right, welcome to the interview portion of the show. First up, we're going to hear from the creator of V.I. Warshawski, Sara Paretsky. Can you tell me a little bit about you growing up and becoming a writer? How did you decide to endeavor in that pursuit?
I grew up writing. I never imagined myself as a writer writing things that other people wanted to read. But I have 4 brothers, 1 older, 3 younger, and we all grew up. My mother was a great reader, great storyteller. My mother was a way better storyteller than I am. She used to tell this long serial about a sheriff in Colorado who had 2 children, Sarah and Dan, me and my next brother, who were always disappearing, finding themselves lost in silver mines or something. And each week, as she was ironing, she'd have a new episode on this thriller that she'd just make up on her feet. I've never been that clever. She was a fantastic storyteller, and then became a children's librarian, and she was just adored by every child in Lawrence, Kansas. So that's where I learned the sheer joy of stories, but I never imagined myself as a published writer. That sort of just evolved with time.
What were some of your earlier stories and books like? I know you definitely wrote some nonfiction when you were going to college.
When I was, how old was I? 1970. I was 22, 23. I thought I could get a job in the writing world in New York. I thought some magazine would love to hire me, and my portfolio were all my history papers because I was doing a PhD in American history. I don't know if it was ignorance or arrogance, but of course, no one wanted to talk to me. I didn't have a sponsor. I knew not one person in the New York writing world. And I finally ended up getting a job as a secretary. And then I came back to Chicago because it was just easier to live in Chicago than in New York. But as a person just writing for myself, writing stories, really fairy tales when I was young. And then in my teens, when I really got engaged by crime novels, crime fiction, then I started writing my own crime short stories. And then in my 20s, bad love affair, I would write a story just absolutely eviscerating the disgusting human being who had abandoned me. So revenge story. But all the time I was reading crime fiction, and especially when I started reading American noir fiction, Raymond Chandler, Dashiell Hammett, the great golden age of noir fiction in America, and saw the way that women were depicted. And a woman was almost always going to be the main bad person in a Chandler novel. And she was going to use her body like Bridget O'Shaughnessy and Hammett's Maltese Falcon. She was going to use her body to get good boys to do bad things. And she was going to get her comeuppance because no bad woman could be as strong as a stalwart hero. And I wanted to create a woman who turned the tables on that kind of image of women. I was working by then in financial services industry, insurance, and so on. And I wanted a woman who reflected the experience of my women friends, my coworkers, and mine, where we were doing a job, we were getting the job done, we were getting paid less, 60% of what the men around us were getting paid. Believe me, we did not use our bodies to do anything except go home, take off our high heels at the end of the day and soak them in Epsom salts. So I wanted a woman detective who reflected the real experience that I and my friends were having. And it took me years for VI to come to me. I kept trying to write what I see now was just a parody of Chandler. I had a detective named Minerva Daniels. She was so hard-boiled, she makes VI look like a puppy. I know I've said this a number of times in other places, but this really happened. I worked for a guy who was just a total horrible person. His only good quality was that he was as horrible to the men who worked for him as he was to the women. He was just an all-round jerk. It was Chicago. It was October. The trees in Grant Park had lost their leaves. And for anyone who's watching this who's been in Chicago at all, there's a red building across the street from the Art Institute, the CNA Insurance Building. We were up on the 36th floor looking down at Grant Park. Everything was dead. My lips were saying, "Gosh, Fred, heck of an idea." And the balloon over my head was saying, "You unspeakable, unprintable, unthinkable turkey bird." And really, literally, my detective came to me in that moment. So 7 or 8 years of writing a few pages here and there, I thought, oh, God, no, she's me and my friends. Only she says what's in the thought balloon because she doesn't care if someone fires her.
Yeah, I was curious how much of VI was in you and you were in her, but sounds like pretty close.
I think the thoughts, and she talks the thoughts. I think as time has passed, I've become less inhibited in what I might say in public. But VI, she's my version of just being fearless and willing to live with the consequences of being outspoken. And whereas I sometimes will retreat and think, oh, I don't have to say that in public. I can have VI say it for me.
So what was that first novel? What was that first experience like? Just finding her and being able to have her explore that world for you?
It was wonderful in some ways, and yet it also set the pattern for how I write, which is with a lot of self-doubt, backtracking. I wrote about 70 pages and thought, I don't know what I'm doing, and I can't make this happen. And then a coworker showed me that Stuart Kaminsky of blessed memory, he was a crime writer, but he also taught at Northwestern University, radio, TV, film. He was teaching a class, writing detective fiction for publication in the Northwestern Night School. So I can't remember, Tuesday night, I think, it doesn't matter what day of the week, I drove the 20 miles up to the Northwestern campus. And Stu was just immensely supportive. He really liked the idea of the character. I was copying all these tropes from the 30s and 40s because I really didn't have confidence that I could forge my own path. And he explained how outdated they were, that it would date my work. And so he just gave me the encouragement I needed to make VI bolder, more contemporary, and bring her to the finish line. Also, the most generous additional thing he did was to send my manuscript to his agent, Dominic Abel, who's been my agent ever since. And Dominic liked the book, but he said she needs flaws. I'd made her too perfect. So I gave her my flaws, which is a short fused temper, and a lack of interest in housekeeping. So the first book, Indemnity Only, she was not as fully formed as she became with time. So other flaws have emerged as time has passed. But man, I was so lucky to be writing when I was, back when there were a lot of publishers, because I got 40 rejection letters before Dial Press agreed to buy the book. And my favorite rejection letter, I think it was from Simon & Schuster, but all my papers are now at the Newberry Library. I'd have to go into their archive and look through and say, who was it who wrote this? And they said a book set in Chicago had regional interest only, and not enough people read in the upper Midwest to make it worth our while to publish a book set there.
Wow. Just
right.
An insult for all of us. That's
right. I know.
Did you know pretty much right off that you were going to stick with her as your character and build more of this world around her?
No, I thought one and done. I wanted to show that what a woman could do as an independent investigator, that what a woman who was on her own could do, that she didn't need to be rescued. And I look at how I live my life and I think I am stupid, I am naive, and I must also be arrogant, because I thought the only reason that people are writing about women the way they are is because they just haven't thought it through. Now they'll see VI and they'll think, oh, we didn't get it. Now we do, and that will change. And I'm like, Sarah, you are such an idiot. I had other ideas, other stories I wanted to tell, which mercifully Dominic persuaded me not to. When I look back at the proposals I sent him, I was like, oh no, talk about things that are just as well that never saw the light of day. But he also said that he thought I should write at least 3 books about her to establish her. And then 3 became suddenly 22.
I know, like, when John D. MacDonald wrote his Travis McGee books, he wrote 3 just to get the feel for him. So I was curious if you did the same with VI. It sounds somewhat similar.
It was. And then she developed a following at the same time as I was seeing her in a fuller way. I was a marketing manager for CNA Insurance in Chicago, and I was on the road a lot. It was the early days of automation when we were trying to persuade I was such a corporate player. I still say we, and I've been away from that company for almost 50 years, but almost 40 years. Anyway, we were trying to persuade our agency force to automate. And I don't know if you're old enough to remember the IBM desktop computers, but we were offering those as special deals. And then I started having more responsibility. I was on the road 2 weeks a month. A year went by where I didn't have time or energy to write. And after 3 books, I thought, okay, it's now or never. And I quit my day job. And I was just lucky in how my career evolved, and lucky that I was married to a really wonderful person who wanted me to thrive and flourish in my creative work. And the fact that the money was less did not bother him for 1 second, which was also a wonderful gift. One of many that I had from him over the 47 years we were together.
I'm reading Deadlock right now. How much research did you have to do on shipping just to write that book?
Oh, tons. And Courtney, my husband, he had been in the Royal Navy during the Second World War, but he was a professor of physics at the University of Chicago, but he always loved ships and shipping. And so we would take many years. We took our vacation driving up through Mackinac, past the Sioux Locks, and then around Lake Superior and back home. So we're standing at the Sioux Locks, and Courtney said, I wonder what would happen if you blew up a ship in one of those locks. So when we got home, I started doing the research into Great Lakes shipping and created a story that would involve blowing up a ship in the locks. And then it was clear that it would be really good if I actually had some experience with one of those freighters. So I started calling the companies in Chicago that I knew shipped on the lakes, and they all just basically hung up on me. But we were at the Sioux on vacation, and I started writing down the names of the shipping companies, which are on the hull of the ship. And Canada Steamship, which I learned later was the biggest shipper on the Great Lakes. I called them, their head office in Montreal, and the guy I was transferred to, this is 1982, 83, I'm at a payphone outside the Sioux Locks. The guy who answered the phone Friday afternoon, he said, do you want to sail for a day, a week, a month, or a year? And I had a week of vacation left at the insurance company. And I said, a week. And he said, well, call me back tomorrow morning, Saturday morning. And I called back, and he said, be at pier whatever number it was in Thunder Bay, which is the westernmost port on Lake Superior, at 8:00 Monday morning. And the master of the J.W. McGiffin will be ready to let you board and sail with them. So we drove Courtney. We with our golden retriever at the time, drove like maniacs the 600 miles around to Thunder Bay. Then he said goodbye to me and drove back to pick me up at Niagara Falls. And I had no idea what to expect, but I was expecting, because we toured these ships at the museum in Sault Ste. Marie. I was expecting a hammock and a dark cubbyhole. No, I had a suite of 3 rooms. I was in the stateroom. I was an honored guest who ate at the captain's table. And this was September. They sailed, I don't know what it's like now, but they sailed basically from when the ice breaks up in April until the ice freezes. So they sailed 7 days a week, and all their leave is in that chunk of months. And when the locks are frozen solid. They were so sick of each other's company. I didn't have to ask any questions. Everyone was eager to have some new person to tell all their stories to. And I got to go down into the hold and see the giant boilers and pistons and everything. And then I'm thinking, the last person to be in that stateroom was the head of the Canada Grain Board. And basically, high-ranking people in shipping and grain and so on. And I'm thinking, I have $600 in my bank account. Can I check long enough to, I have no idea what this will cost. And finally, the last morning when before we were docking at the Welland Canal, which raises the ships up to the St. Lawrence Seaway, I said, nobody has said anything as awkward as money, but I don't know what the charge is for sailing with you. And the master said, oh, we can't charge you. Then we'd have to advertise as a passenger ship. And I was like, whoa. But I think one of the most beautiful moments that I was able to experience in my whole life was at midnight in the middle of Lake Superior, on the very front, the bow of the ship. You don't hear the engines 750 feet behind you. And you're just there, and the water is iridescent in the moonlight. And it's so peaceful and beautiful. It was magical. And that memory, all these many years later, stays with me.
I love the way that you describe that in the book, talking about the way that a black ink blot will separate into its colors. And just, that sounded beautiful.
Thank you.
Once you left the insurance company and were able to write full time, what kind of routine did you come up with? And do you stick to that today?
I'm not as disciplined, I'm sad to say, as I was, but I was so worried about not being able to do it that the morning after my first morning away from the company, I got up. I did not put on pantyhose, but other than that, I had my routine established: breakfast, exercises. I have a chronic back problem that's gotten worse with time, so I'm religious about not bodybuilding, but what I need to do to keep it in check. And then in those days, that was just the earliest days with computers. And it wasn't until, never mind all the history of computers, but every vendor had their own one. They thought that the future was in the machine. They didn't realize the future was in the software. So I had a little Hewlett-Packard with 14 megabytes of memory. And I sat there typing away on my HP. Then you'd fill up the memory. You'd have to transfer everything to a floppy, pull it out. And it's just so bizarre. My husband was one of the first physicists to use computers in experimental work, and they had a machine that had 70 kilobytes of memory. And the whole thing was writing programs that shifted code in and out of the core of the machine. And of course, it was the size of 10 refrigerators or something. But it's fun. It's fun to have been part of the history, so that you see, like my first book I wrote by hand and then typed. My second book, I figured I could eliminate the middle person and just type it directly on my Smith Corona. And so I did 2 books typing into the machine, and then word processing. What a salvation.
How soon after the V.I. Warshawski books start coming out do you get approached by Hollywood for selling the rights?
One of the things that my agent does as a good agent is he always has been a solo agent. Some people have agents who are part of a big firm that has movie agents as well. And the goal always is for any agent to try to get those kinds of deals. So he was working really from day one with his Hollywood sub rights agent to try to find someone. And because it's close to impossible to have a book turned into a movie is from having options. And then, so I had a number of options that expired. And then suddenly Kathleen Turner wanted to play VI. So that was, I want to say, around the time I wrote my fifth book. So 86, 87, something like that. And suddenly, it had to have been later than that because the movie came out, I think, in 90, 91. So it must have been around 89. Anyway, Kathleen apparently owed Disney a movie. And that was how the deal came about. And she really wanted to play the character. So that was, I was very fortunate that the character spoke to her personally in such a way, even though the movie itself ended up not being particularly well put together, but it still just expanded the number of people who knew what I was doing. It was, obviously, I would love it if it had been a great movie and a franchise and so on. And that didn't happen, but it still was a real stroke of fortune for my career, my ability to be working independently.
What was that experience like for you with that whole adaptation? Did they just say, okay, thanks, Sarah, here's a check and we'll see you in 5 years? Or how did that go?
I don't remember the exact sequence, but basically I was in England on tour for whatever book it was. And I got home to a call from a man who introduced himself as a location scout. And this was how I heard that they were actually making a movie. I didn't know that they were doing that. So he said he was in town scouting locations for the movie. And I was like, whoa, what movie? And then I said, I just landed half an hour ago and I'll be glad to show you around tomorrow. And he said, no, this is just a courtesy call to let you know that we're taking over the product you used to be involved in. I was like, what? The product I used to be involved in? My heart, my soul, my gizzard? So it was, well, a slap in the face and a realization that I had no power in the situation. So they were going to do what they were going to do. I saw the script. There were things that I wished they weren't doing with the script, that they were beyond and looked a trifle bored. There are things that I liked about the movie. There were things I liked about the process, but there were some big red flags. One of them, VI has a neighbor, a close confidant, Mr. Contreras, and they turned him into such a really ugly stereotype of a Mexican immigrant that it ruined the movie for me to have, because it's so opposite to my values and how I try to see people. There were things like that. And then they wanted an explosion, so they blew something up and they had a good time doing that. There were things that were fun that I hadn't thought about because they were good cinematically, like a chase scene on the Chicago River. That was just fun. And of course, Kathleen is always a strong presence on the screen, or when she was in her heyday. There were definitely pluses and so on. The big plus wasn't actually the movie itself, but it used to be where VI lived that she overlooked Wrigley Field, and they actually rented, and they not rented an apartment, but they persuaded someone with an apartment to let them film from in the living room. They rented Wrigley Field, and I got to run the bases. Even if you go on a paid tour, you are never allowed on that sacred grass. So there I was. It was night. They were shooting at night. I was out in the outfield. Andre Dawson, great outfielder for originally the Expos and ended his career with the Cubs. I was standing where he had been spitting only hours before, so I knelt and kissed the turf. And then I went and ran the bases. Now, I am not an athlete. I did play baseball for the country school, two-room country school I went to, and I was terrible, but everyone had to play because that was how you got 9 people on a team. And I thought, okay, I'll slide into home. And the extras are in the stands. They're cheering because they're bored. Nothing is happening. We're waiting for whatever scene is being set up. And I'm rounding the bases and I'm waving. And I'm thinking, oh my God, this is why athletes keep doing this even after their careers are clearly over, because the crowd, the cheering. And then I get to home plate and I thought, I have no idea how to slide. So I just fell head first onto home plate. And sadly, in those days, before cell phones, there is no footage of my great career at Wrigley Field.
That sounds like an amazing experience, though.
Oh, it was. I won't say it was worth having a bad movie made, but it definitely was, for me, the high point of the movie.
It sounds like you already knew that the biggest thing that could come out of it is just more awareness of your character and your books.
And it really helped also because American films, they have an international market. And so it made it possible for me to, at one point, my books were available in 30 languages around Europe and Asia and so on. My career isn't nearly as robust now as it was then, but it definitely expanded my market and name recognition and so on. I'm really glad that I had the opportunity. And frankly, Disney owns the rights and won't give them up, but also they're interested in doing something. And then I'm very lucky right now to be represented by creative artists, Bruce Vinecourt. And you never know, the future lies ahead, as Mort Saul always used to say, but something could happen and that would be great. I've lived a long time with nothing happening, so I'm not hanging my hat on it, but it's nice to know that people still care about the character and think about doing something with her on screen.
I was wondering if there was any talk of bringing her back, maybe even a limited series or something, because she's
exactly a streaming series or something like that. Yeah, it would be a lot of fun.
Because I know Kathleen Turner is a fantastic actress, but obviously she's probably not the person that was in your head when you're writing these things. Did you ever have anybody that you said, "Oh, that would be the perfect V.I. Warshawski"?
I should have been ready for this question coming into it because, of course, we're talking quite a few years ago. And now I can't think of the woman's last name. Her first name was Amy. She was such a Chicago, tough, in-your-face Chicago presence. Why can't I think of her last name? If it comes to me, I'll let you know. But I really liked Jamie Lee Curtis, even though she's small compared to how I envisioned V.I. She does have that kind of just eat my shorts kind of Brad Simpson attitude. And at the same time that she's just irresistible. She can say stuff like that and people just take it from her because she's Jamie Lee Curtis. Yeah. But of course, when Kathleen said she wanted to do it, she was a superstar at that point, and it was quite an experience, yeah.
What are you working on these days?
I'm taking a break from VI. I published the 22nd novel in the series in April of last year, and it was a hard book to write emotionally. It really took a lot out of me. And I thought I need a break from her because I can't just go right back into the ring. I'm working on a book with a woman named Lily. Lily is older. VI is going to just stay around 50 because I want her to be as physical as physical, sexual, all those things that, not that we 70-somethings aren't physical and sexual and all those things, but we also tend to groan a lot while we're... Anyway, Lily is a retired CIA agent who goes afoul of the agency by starting to put out podcasts or maybe Substacks. Who knows what it'll be by the time I finish writing the book, what the trendy thing will be. But anyway, she gets appalled by the consequences of some of the things that she did. So the agency is not happy. And when they can't get her to shut up, they want to kill her. So she's on the run from the CIA, and she's going to have to escape somehow. I haven't figured that out yet, but I will. I've created an imaginary country because I thought if I set her in a real country, I will have to spend decades researching everything about it. And even then, I'll make horrible mistakes, and I'll get 10,000 letters saying, didn't you know that Congo did this and not that? So I've created a country called Hayalistan, which is Turkish for imaginary country. It's carved out of the west of all the stands in Central Asia. And I'm having so much fun. I can see why it took Tolkien forever to finish writing the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Because when you're inventing a country and a language and an epic and a history, it's just so fun that you forget you're also supposed to be telling a story and moving your character forward.
You said you don't know exactly what happens to her, how she gets out of this. So I take it you don't outline everything. You just kind of make it up as you go along?
I was thinking this morning, process is something that we writers talk about when we get together. And some people, I was lucky, P.D. James was a personal friend, and Phyllis said she would outline in such detail that she would just write the chapter that most appealed to her on a given day. I don't have that kind of chess playing brain. If this person does this person, I would say I write more as an explorer, someone who I set my characters out and they're walking a trail, and then that trail leads to a impenetrable forest or a swamp or something, and I can see the book isn't working. And so I pull back and go back. But each time I do that, it comes more into focus. And I wish I wrote, as many of my peers do, 2 books a year, but I can't think that way. And it's frustrating. But Christmas Day, I was on page 270, and New Year's Day, I was on page 90. But now I'm back to 170. Trail is going uphill, not into a swamp. And you'd think you'd get to a point in your life where you would know ahead of time that this trial was an error, but it's not that way for me. And the word on the page really matters to me a lot. Writing as carefully as I can, no sloppy grammar, no I'm gonna instead of I am going to, because I think it looks bad on the page. You talk like that, but it doesn't look good on the page when you write like that. And the other thing, going back to the very beginning, Stuart Kaminsky, when he was teaching this class, he cautioned us all, everyone in the class, that slang dates you more than it makes you look current and hip. And especially now with the net, slang is... So that's something that I tend to shy away from.
Yeah, there's definitely a timeless quality about your books and about your stories. The one thing, though, that I do have to kind of chuckle at was when her car was totaled and she goes to buy a new car with that $3,500 check. And I'm like, right. Oh my gosh, what year is that?
I know. I remember, back in the 70s, my boss came in bragging she had bought a car for $3,000, which we were all just shocked. Who would spend that kind of money on a car?
It's almost like books should have variables in them that can adjust to the GDP.
Right. They put in the CPI calculator. Maybe I should put that in the front of my reissues. And please note that I had never seen Perry Mason, Raymond Burr's Perry Mason, because my family were too snotty to have a television. My parents were like, they were too intellectual. So Perry Mason reruns got me through lockdown, and I love them. I watched every episode twice, but I did have to go look up the CPI multiplier to figure out that things in what seemed like nothing in 1955 seemed like nothing to us was actually millions of dollars in today's dollars.
How dare you steal that $10,000 and the whole audience gasps. Yeah.
Ms. Paretsky, thank you so much for your time. This was so nice talking with you today.
Thank you for your interest and for just making it such a fun and engaging experience. It isn't always, but you really made me feel like I really wanted to be alive with you. So thanks for that.
All right, up next, we're going to hear from screenwriters David Aaron Cohen and Nick Thiel, one right after the other. You're a fellow Wolverine, from what I understand.
Wolverine, and I grew up, spent all my summers in Michigan, and ended up, even when I went to Michigan, I was like an in-state thing because we had a home in South Haven. That's where I would spend the summers.
Speaking of those early days, I'd love to know how you decided to become a screenwriter.
I was always writing on some level. I went to Michigan, was in the honors English program, thought I would be the next Saul Bellow. That was my trajectory for myself. That didn't work out. And I never studied film or screenwriting or anything. I mean, I always loved movies, but I just never thought about it in that way. In a very sort of ironic twist of fate, I moved to Israel in the 80s and ended up getting work there on first like TV show that they were doing, the Educational Television Network, and then went to work for Menachem Golan, who famously had Canon Films in the 80s. And they're the guys who made all the Chuck Norris movies. And they did a breakdancing movie, Electric Boogaloo or something. Anyway, there I got a lot of experience and ended up making my first feature in Tel Aviv. And then once I did that, I was like, I think I can do this like for a living. So with a lot of hubris and a lot of ignorance, moved to LA saying this is what I was going to do with a wife and a 1-year-old and not really knowing anyone. I had one college friend from Michigan, and he was working as a reader for TriStar. And then he had one friend who he also sometimes read for, who was a development guy named John Marsh. And John worked at Chestnut Hill Productions, which was the movie company owned by Jeff Lurie, the guy who owns the Philadelphia Eagles. But at the time, he was more scion of a family that owned a lot of movie theaters on the East Coast. So wanted to dip his toe into the business and started Chestnut Hill. And so John Marsh was, shout out to John Marsh, because he met with me. It was during the strike, 1988. So he was allowed, he couldn't meet with anyone else. So he met with me. And I gave him a spec script that I'd written when I was in Tel Aviv. And he really liked it and helped me rewrite it so that I could so he could submit it to agents that he knew. And through him, through that experience, I got representation. And then maybe 8 months later, he was like, David, I have a project for you. And this could be, it ended up being my very first gig in Hollywood. And it was to do a rewrite of the Edward Taylor, I think that was the guy's name, who was the original writer on VI. And it was one of those situations where they were going to hire me, they were going to pay me polish money to do a page one rewrite, which, and I was thrilled, of course, because I had never really made any serious money writing. And I remember I got paid $4,000 to do that. I was really happy. That's in 1991, maybe. And so I did the complete kind of reimagination of it. And I also, because I'm a Chicagoan, that's where I grew up, it was very easy for me to do that. And I also loved the whole detective genre and the noir of it all, VI's character. And so for me, I was more inspired by Chinatown. It was that kind of a thing. And I read all of the Sara Paretsky books, and it was kind of a mishmash of a couple of them. So how I got started, actually, that ended up being my sort of start. It led to my start in Hollywood.
What was the Israeli film that you made? I'm very curious about that.
It's never been released. I have a friend of mine who lives in Europe, and he sent me, because I didn't even have a DVD. I wanted to show it to my kids. It's called Point of View. And it was like a Israeli-American split cast. John Savage was in it. He played the lead. And Fisher Stevens, who became a friend. And at the time, Fisher had just come off doing, what were those robot movies where he played the Indian guy? They would never let anyone do that today. Short Circuit. So he was like this nerdy film school kid. And it was a story about a group of film students who have to make a movie based on a short story of a famously reclusive Israeli author who wrote about his experience in the war. And so it becomes a mystery of what happened when he was out there and his commando team ran into a shepherd and had to make this decision. Do they kill him? Because otherwise, if they let him go, he'll reveal that they're there, or do they let him go? Anyway, so John Savage played the author. He was actually really good. I still haven't actually opened up and watched that DVD. I'm going to. I'm planning on doing a screening with my adult children and see how bad it is when your first screenplay that you ever wrote gets turned into a movie. I wouldn't recommend it.
Did you direct that as well?
No, it was directed by an Israeli director named Noam Yavor, who we had worked together. I had made with him, we had done a 1-hour music video compilation for the Israeli singer Ofra Chaza, who became pretty famous in American club scene later on. Died tragically of AIDS, like at a very young age. But that's how we met. And then he had some financing, and then Golan Globus came in and put up the production services. And yeah, we shot it all in Israel. And then they got into trouble with investors and they sued each other and they couldn't agree on a release, got released in Europe and not in the US. So yeah, typical Hollywood story.
So with V.I. Warshawski, you talked about how you're reading all the books and kind of mashing them together, taking the best bits and everything. I don't imagine, did you read the earlier draft or did you kind of try to put that aside so you didn't even think about it?
Every time you do that process, there is a form of like reimagining things and trying to figure out what works, what doesn't, all that kind of stuff. And this is a long time ago. By the way, like, nobody's asked you about V.I. Warshawski in 35 years. The only other mention I've had of this movie recently is that I'm doing this project. I'm developing a TV show with Blake Griffin, has a new production company called Mortal Media, the basketball player. And he's doing it together with Ryan Khalil, who was like a former NFL player. But they're very talented. They have great taste. So we're developing this show. And the guy who runs his company, when we met for the first time, now we've been working on the show now for like a couple months, but he was like, David, I just got to tell you, when I was like 12 years old, I got like a VHS copy of V.I. Warshawski. And I used to watch that thing. And I remembered, I was like, dude, you're the only one who I've ever talked to about it since that. So it was just funny that now then you called and was like, oh, okay. And you wait long enough and everything comes around.
Well, you're one of several writers on that one. Do you know who it went to after you?
Oh, I do, very much. Yeah. It's a funny story. The first part of it is that I did this page 1 rewrite of Ed Taylor's draft. And I handed it in, I remember it was in December. I can remember this because it's connected up to my son was about to be born. So he was born in 89. So I handed it in December of 1989. And it went out to Kathleen Turner to read over the winter break. Because in those days, they would set up the script. And of course, everything is just hand delivered. There's no internet and all that stuff. We're talking prehistoric times here. So it went out to her. In the meantime, my wife was like 9 months pregnant with my second son. And because I got the job from Chestnut Hill, it made me qualify for the WGA health insurance, right? But it only kicks in after 1 quarter. Because I qualified over the summer, right, then the insurance was going to kick in on January 1st. And my wife's due date was January 3rd. And I was like, honey, you just got to keep your legs crossed until after the year, because otherwise we're paying for this birth, because I didn't know health insurance, right? Of course, the winter vacation starts. She goes into labor, and we found my son is born on December 26th. So we had to pay for it out of cash, out of pocket. I remember it was a whole different world. But anyway, which was fine. It was like, whatever. He was healthy. Everything was good. But the better news that came with his birth was like, it was literally like the same day or the day before, John Marsh, my executive at Chestnut Hill, calls and said, Kathleen's on board. She wants to play VI, which was a great acknowledgement of the work that I did, and that we attracted a movie star, which was great. So that was that. And then what happened was Hollywood Pictures, which at the time was the production arm of Disney. They had Touchstone, they had Hollywood Pictures, was trying to create their own identity. And then that led to my first sort of studio gig, doing a rewrite of my rewrite, because they wanted to have their notes and stuff like that. So I went into Disney in Burbank, met with the executive. His name was Charles Hirschhorn, was his name, and had a really great experience. I did a rewrite, and now I actually got paid like appropriate money, not just like being exploited money, which at the time was also 20 grand or something. Today it wouldn't pay for a month's rent in Venice. But anyway, so I did that and was really happy with how it came out. And John was excited, and Chestnut Hill was excited. Everybody was happy, and we were all moving towards production. So this is in May of 1990. I finished my rewrites. I remember the day that they had me, because the day that I was working extra time with John and doing all the last minute revisions to send it out to the studio. So we finished, but it was a weekend. So they were like, you have to deliver the scripts to Jeff Katzenberg. Like they were going to give it to
no, I'm not sure.
Messaging firm or whatever, the messenger service. And for whatever reason, they weren't available. I don't know, because it was like a Sunday. I don't know what it was. But in the end, I printed it out.
Looks like it came out
and
in
delivered it
itself.
to Katzenberg's Malibu house, was probably just burnt down, and dropped it off there, right? And it was this moment of, excitement and kind of terror in a way, because you don't know what they're going to think, and you hear all these stories about what happens at that level. Right now, the big wigs are getting involved, and so a day goes by, 2 days go by, 3 days go by. I don't hear anything. Like it's radio silence, right? And now I'm starting to get nervous, and I'm calling John Marsh all the time. He's like, don't worry, it's fine. We'll see what happens. And then finally, like a whole week and another weekend goes by. And then I get the call from John. And the way I describe it is that I had the complete Hollywood experience on my very first movie, right? Where I have the big break, I get the movie star attached, right? But then comes the other part of it, which is I get fired, I get rewritten, they change the movie from a drama to a comedy. It's like everything that could have happened, right? And so that's the beginning of what unfolded, which is Katzenberg read it and he said, I think this is too much like Chinatown. We want it to be more like Paper Moon. I was going to say Sun, but Moon. Yes, Paper Moon. So they wanted to have more of that quality, right? That it was like that a girl was fun, because there was a character, Kath, who was the daughter in it. And so that was the big thing. It was like, we think it should be more like Paper Moon and not less like Chinatown. And I was crushed because I'm a Chinatown fan, and that's what inspired me. And I love the darkness of the books and all that stuff. And I felt an obligation to Sara Paretsky as well, in the sense that this is the stuff that she did. And I didn't want it to be the Hollywoodization of whatever. But that's what happened. So they hired this guy named Nick Thiel, who was like one of the studio hacks, I would call him, in that he did a lot of rewrites for Disney. And I can't even remember what his other credits were, but they definitely weren't like things in the vein of Chinatown. They were more light fare. So that's what happened. So I got let go. Just when they were hiring Nick, I kind of sort of like suffered through that because I would hear from John how it was going. And then he delivered a draft, right? Maybe 2 months later in July, I'd say it was. And then they were still now 6 weeks or 7 weeks before the start of production and messing with the script. So then by that time they had hired Jeff Kanew to be the director. And I'm thinking, okay, the guy who directed Police Academy 6 or whatever it was wouldn't have been my first choice for the kind of material that I was hoping that there would be. But by this time, the ship had sailed. It was going to be something else. Then the word from John Marsh was Jeff Kanew is taking a crack at it now because they felt they weren't happy with Nick Thiel's draft. And then he started like cutting and pasting between Ed Taylor's draft, my draft, and Nick Thiel's draft. That was like classic Hollywood, right? Great success, as Borat might say. So that was it. By the time I got invited out to the set in Long Beach, it was like the first day of principal photography maybe, and I met Jeff Kanew and all that kind of stuff. It was like I let go. You could never let go because it was like my first baby in a way, so I was really upset, to be honest. But I knew that everyone told me, hey, getting produced is the main thing. Don't worry about how it turns out. Just that you get a credit, right? So the movie goes into production, right? I see all the other casting. And they had some good people in there, right? We had Charles Durning playing the lieutenant. He was great. I thought J.O. Sanders did a nice job as the put-upon boyfriend. And then we had the girl, who I don't remember. She was in Home Alone. Angela Goethals. I don't know if she made any movies after that. But anyway. Oh, and Wayne Knight, who would become famous on Seinfeld as the postman. But yeah, whatever. It was all good. Those were the days when the studios would still do gifts to the whole cast and crew when movies would start. And I remember right before the first day of principal photography, I get this box from Disney and I open it up and inside is a red high-heeled shoe that's also a telephone, right? The old, not rotary, the other ones, the push button ones.
Touchtone?
What were they called?
Yeah, the touchtone.
Yeah, with the pad. I still have it somewhere. Yeah, that was fun. So I guess to me, the continuation of the story is that then, apropos having everything happen to you on the first time around, right? Get the job, get the big break, get fired, get rewritten, have it changed from a drama to a comedy, right? Then came the last piece, which was a WGA arbitration to decide credit, right? Are you familiar with the whole arbitration world?
Yeah. I know it's kind of murky sometimes as far as how they make their decisions.
Sometimes. I mean, the point of it is that, just to explain to listeners or whatever, is that we in the WGA are responsible for the termination of credits. And this became our right. We won it in labor negotiations, strikes, whatever, because back in the studio days of the 40s, every producer and his boyfriend, girlfriend would want to put their names on a script as a favor, and they could just do it because they had that power. So we won back the power to be able to determine whose names would be on a script in order to avoid that kind of corrupt practice. The guild arbitration process is you can only have a maximum of 3 writers on a script. Now, when you see more than 3 names on a script, you'll notice that there's writing teams. And the way you know this is that their names are separated by an ampersand. If it says David Aaron Cohen and Edward Taylor A&D, you know that they wrote separately. So the arbitration process begins. I get sent the script of the production draft. which is the final script. And then the Guild sends out all of the drafts. Everyone has to submit them. So there's the Edward Taylor draft, there's the David Aaron Cohen draft. I had more than one. I had 3 drafts. And then there's the Nick Thiel draft and the Jeff Kanew draft. And then you read through them, and then you write a statement claiming like why you think you deserve credit. But the stakes are really high. You know what I mean? And I was a newbie writer, so I didn't really know too much about the process. Now I like advise other writers who are going into a process because I've done it so many times. I'm like, okay, here's what you need to know. And I remember this day very vividly. It's a week before the arbitration letters are due. And I get a phone call. I pick up the phone. This is pre-cell phone, so you don't know who's calling. And Nick Thiel is on the line. And he goes, David, listen to me. If we all agree on the credit, right, you don't have to go to an arbitration. If the 3 of us agree, you don't have to get an arbitration. I'm thinking to myself, why would I do that? Maybe you don't deserve a credit. And then he got like really dark on me. He was like, dude, let me tell you, the middle writer always gets squeezed out. So the chances are you're not going to get a credit. So you should do this. He was like very strong-arming me. And I, being naive and also a little bit like that. So I was like, no, I'm not doing that. We'll just go through the process and whatever they decide. So that was that. Yeah, and then I remember in those days, you'd get a letter in the mail saying that the termination of credits has been, and there it was, screenplay by, or let's say, I have to look it up here. Does it say, yeah, screen story. I think it's the 3 of us, Edward Taylor, A&D, David Aaron Cohen, A&D, Nick Thiel. So all 3 of us. And for me, I was kind of like, in the aftermath, I was like, maybe that's good that somebody else's name is after me because this is not my work. It doesn't represent the best of my work. Some of my work is definitely in there. In the arbitration, you have to prove that like 33% of it is yours, whatever that means. Yeah. So you contributed a character or the dialogue or structure, those things, all there's different qualifications for it. So that was my experience. And to this day, when I teach screenwriting, which I do sometimes, or talk to mentoring young people who are entering the business, I'm like, in a way, having the full experience the first time prepared me for my career.
I bet. Yeah. Yeah. You went through the ringer.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
Did you get invited to the premiere?
I don't remember. It was a long time ago. I can remember my other movies premieres. I definitely remember Devil's Own, Friday Night Lights, even more recent ones like American Underdog. But I'm thinking I must have been, because I was really friends by this time with John Marsh and with Jeff Lurie. I actually got invited to Jeff Lurie's wedding and was at his bachelor party, which I won't talk about, but I'll never forget. Yeah, he and Christine have since divorced and whatever. And he's a billionaire and good on him. He's a funny guy. So I actually don't remember a premiere party, sorry. I do remember one thing though. The weekend that the movie opened, and this is lessons from a young screenwriter's point of view, is that I had a very dear friend of mine. She was getting married that same weekend, and it was in Cleveland, Ohio. So I went to Cleveland, and I got to the airport. I don't know if I had to take a train or elevated or whatever it was, but I remember I'm in the train. I'm going to wherever it was. She lived out in the suburb in Shaker Heights, and I'm going there, and it stops at the stop, and I see the posters on the side. And that was very exciting. That was really exciting for me as a first-time screenwriter.
When was the first time you saw the movie, or did you ever see it?
John invited me to some of the test screenings. So they were still tweaking things. So I remember going with him to this test screening in a theater in Sherman Oaks, which was like right next to where I was living at the time. So I literally could walk to the theater. And that was cool to be in that experience. And I remember turning around and seeing Katzenberg and, oh God, who was running Disney at the time? Because he was in charge of the studio. There was someone else above, like in the I can't remember who it was, but all the bigwigs were there taking notes and stuff like that. And then we got to see, you let me stay in for the Q&A, listen to the focus groups when they asked them questions and what they liked and what they didn't like. So that was a great learning experience. And then that led to one more, my last sort of involvement with the movie prior to its release was that based on the test scores, they realized that audiences were having a bit of a hard time understanding because it's like detective stuff and the clues and all that kind of stuff. So they came up with this brilliant / desperate idea of adding voiceover, right? The old Harry the Explainer thing, right? And so what they did, in fairness to Disney, they hired all of us, all of the writers who worked on it, for one day to write potential voiceovers for the movie to be considered, right? And the irony of that is that I remember my agent calling me and telling me this, and I said, what's the pay? And she goes, they're going to pay you guild minimum for a polish, which was the same $4,000 that I made to rewrite the entire screenplay a year and a half earlier. I was like, this feels like I could get used to this payday, $4,000 a day. That's good. And then in 1991, that was like a lot of money.
What was it like when you finally got to see the film? I mean, you talked about that cut and paste kind of thing. Are you just like, oh, well, that's mine, and then you wait another 10 minutes, oh, that's my line too?
An interesting aspect of the whole arbitration thing is that credit is based first and foremost on structure and plot. Dialogue has the least amount of value in determining what percent of a script is yours. And for an audience, usually most people who go to movies think of dialogue as the whole thing. But in reality, as we know, act structure, how you plot it, and introducing new characters and characterizations, those are the things that carry the most weight in arbitration. So for me, it was clear, like a lot of the structural stuff, I could see my work. In the dialogue, there were a few lines, I don't remember what they are today, but I remember going, oh, okay, that was great to see Kathleen Turner deliver a line. That's always just a thrill from that standpoint. And I do remember also, I did go to the set a few times, not just the first day, but they were shooting in the Culver Studios in Culver City. And I remember going and seeing, because it was cool to see the house that they built, which was VI's house, and all that kind of stuff is always fun. I got to hang out there a bit as well. So when I saw it, it was like, okay, it makes you hungry to want to have more of the same, but more control.
So ultimately, did this open doors for you? It must have paved the way for some more projects, I would imagine.
It did. And in a way that maybe is less obvious in terms of like how careers work and stuff like that. And I would say the caveat to what I'm going to say is that I don't know necessarily that these same rules apply because our industry has changed so dramatically since the 90s. It's just a completely different animal. But in 1991, when the movie came out, the fact that I got a credit, and that's what people said, just get a credit, it's going to open doors for you. Maybe about 6 months later, or maybe 3 months after the movie came out, I get a call to go in and meet at Imagine Films, Brian Grazer, Ron Hour's company. And the executive there was interested in meeting with me because my agent had sent her a script that I wrote, but also because I was a credited writer. Do you know what I mean? And that put me into a different class of, a different pool, I shouldn't say class, a pool of writers. So I could be considered for other things, right? And so this is a good story in the sense that, so this executive, in those days, when they liked your writing and they felt like you had a voice and all that kind of stuff, they'd invite you in and then you'd have a general meeting, right? Which most of the time didn't lead to anything, but sometimes it could. So it's kind of like salesmen showing their wares. Like they ask you what you've got and they tell you what they've got. And so she said, look, here's the projects that we have. See if any of these would interest you. And she went down a list of projects. I said, there's this and there's that and there's that. I'm listening to all of them. And I was a little bit full of myself at the time because I just thought, I don't know, whatever. Again, being young and thinking that I can do this. But she listed all of it. I was like, no, you know what? None of those really are of interest to me. And then she came up, here's one, but I don't think there's any way this one is one you're not going to get because Alan Pakula is attached as producer. And at the time, Pakula had just finished Sophie's Choice, nominated for all the stuff. Of course, All the President's Men, Clue, Parallax View, all of the great movies that Alan made. And so she goes, oh, yeah, that book. That book was Friday Night Lights, right? It was about to come out. Alan had a really great eye for good material. Like he was a producer before he was a director. He won an Oscar, his only Oscar actually, for To Kill a Mockingbird, which he produced. So he had the right to buzz his books. And she poo-pooed it. She goes, I'll give you the book, but I don't think there's any way you're ever going to get a meeting with Alan, right? And so I went home, read the book. I was like, oh my God, this is just perfect. I love this material. This is incredible. My agent was pushing to see if we could get a meeting. And what happened was she sent out the writing sample, which was the same sample that I was using. It was an indie kind of film. It was called Go Down Moses. It was about an Israeli limo driver who befriends this black radio dispatcher who's also like a rapper on the side. It was like a whole indie film that you'd want to see in the 80s. But everyone liked it. It helped me get an agent. It had a distinct voice, all that kind of stuff. So she sent Alan my draft of Go Down Moses. And then she calls me up maybe 3 or 4 weeks later, and she goes, wow, and I'm surprised, but Pakula wants to meet with you. So that's how that happened. And then that meeting took place, and I was just like, I was in awe. Literally, Clute was a movie that I remember seeing that made me love films. You know what I mean? If you ever want to do a great episode, do it about that movie, because that movie just... Anyway, so I'm just like over the moon. I can't believe I'm actually going to meet like one of my idols. I'm just a little bit very nervous about it. And I get the instructions to meet him. He's coming to town to meet with writers. And he's going to meet you in his like suite at the Four Seasons, right? Beverly Hills. I'm like, okay, I've never been to the Four Seasons. The whole thing is whatever. So I dress my sort of casual / dressy writer artist clothes, leave my wife and 2 kids at home, and go step into this alternate universe of the Four Seasons. And I get up to the call, and they say, yeah, come on up. They knock on the door. Alan opens the door. Alan was a very urbane guy who grew up East Side Jew, New York City. He almost had his own like accent in his English. It was like, wasn't like a New Yorker accent. It was something a little more refined. He's just a very cool guy. Anyway, but he's in socks. He's not wearing shoes. And then he tells me that I learned afterwards. He would direct all of his films in his socks. He just felt comfortable. He didn't like wearing shoes. So on set, he used to directing Dustin Hoffman, Redford, Meryl Streep. He's wearing socks, and we used to laugh at him. Anyway, and I sit down, and he starts talking to me about Go Down Moses and like how much he really loved it. And there was just a real grittiness to it, and loved the voice and loved this and that. It was just really, and we just right away got into this sort of deeper conversation about movies and about scripts and stuff, which was thrilling for me. And then I pitched him my take on how I would approach doing Friday Night Lights. It's funny, in retrospect now, I'd made like 2 football movies and a volleyball movie, and then like go-to sports guy for whatever that's worth in the pigeonholing that Hollywood sometimes does to us, but I'll take it. I'm okay. But at the time, for me, that the inspiration for the movie was Last Picture Show, because that was the movie that just very much influenced me, and also had that element of Jeff Bridges and Timothy Hutton. They were like on the high school football team. There was even a scene where they played high school football in Last Picture Show. So I talked a lot about that and all that. And Alan responded. It was great. And there was a moment where he like stepped out to use the restroom or whatever. And so being a little inquisitive, because he was sitting on this chair next to me, and there was like a pad of paper with his appointments for the day, right? And so I saw the list of the writers that he was reading with, and it was like all the A writers in Hollywood at the time, like all these names that I would just be like, I was like, oh my God, there's just no way this is ever going to happen. But I was still happy to be there. Came back, we finished up, and then I said goodbye. I walked out and I thought, okay, that was a great experience. I'm just happy that I got to meet Alan. And maybe a month goes by, and we lived in Venice at the time, where I just moved back to, and I'm out in the backyard, and I had this wine barrel that was my office. It was literally, we turned it into an office because the landlord made this structure out of a wine barrel that he called it the cone house, because the top was shaped like a cone. We went to rent the house. I was like, oh, the cone house in the back. That's perfect. I'll take it. So I was out and back inside of the cone house, and I had a little extension of my phone out there, and the phone rings, and it's Alan. I haven't talked to him since then. He goes, and he doesn't say, no one told me that this was going to happen or that whatever. He just went, so we need you to come out to New York, maybe the week of the 21st. Will that work for you? And I'm like, wait, what? And then came clear to me in the middle of the conversation that, yeah, I'd gotten the job. So that's my very long answer to, did this open doors for you? Absolutely.
Well, I seem to remember, didn't Bakula also direct The Devil's Own?
Oh, yeah. I wrote 3 scripts for him, 2 of which became movies. Yeah,
that's amazing. But Devil's Own came out before Friday Night Lights.
It did.
Was it one of those long, protracted things for
13 years until it got made? And by that time, tragically, Alan had died in that crazy car crash that he died in. Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit about your Navigating Hollywood course? Are you still teaching that?
Yes, I am. I've been a little bit on hiatus. It was something that I started up during COVID, but the whole point of it was and is that I just feel like I've spent 30 plus years in this business, and the things that they don't teach you in film school are exactly the things that you need to have a career. You know what I mean? So really to learn how to pitch. It's not something that necessarily, although some of the more well-known programs now, like USC and UCLA, have pitching segments to them. But just breaking story, giving notes, getting notes, the things that are really the sort of bread and butter of how you have and then maintain a career, those are things that I address in the course. I love teaching, and that's one of those things where you don't really necessarily know how much you know until you map it. Do you know what I mean? And so during COVID, when I was seeing that, I started writing, and I was like, oh, wow, I could talk about this. Oh, no, and I could talk about that. And then so I think the big part of the course, one very big element of it is just having my students ask questions, just wide open. And there's a lot to be gleaned from the answers, and also things that you can really specifically learn and work on so that you can have a better career. Because access is the big issue there as well. You know what I mean? That's the hardest thing for people to get.
Do you teach them that the middle guy in the arbitration gets squeezed out?
I actually do talk about arbitrations, and it's like an advanced degree side of it. And by the way, with regard to that, I kind of at some point after Friday Night Lights came out, I was like, I don't want to rewrite other writers anymore. It just feels not morally the right thing to do. Pretty much since then, all the things I do, I'm the first writer. And sure, I still get fired and I still get rewritten, and that's the business. And it's a little easier to live with all these years later, but still not. But at least I know as first writer that I have a shot of delivering the script that I feel is the best representation of that material. And whatever happens to it after that, Godspeed.
What are you working on right now?
A couple of things. I am adapting a great book called Running the Amazon by a guy named Joe Kane, which is the true story of a crazy group of 10 individuals who decided they were going to kayak the length of the Amazon River from source to sea, 4,200 miles. And they did this in 1985 before you had geo mapping and cell phones and all that stuff. They went down canyons in Peru that had never been successfully traversed before, ran into Peruvian guerrillas who almost killed them, shot at them and took them prisoner, Colombian drug dealers. And in the middle of it, they ended up having a mutiny among the crew because there was one guy who wanted to go in this direction, the other one in the other. And so Joe Kane, who wrote the book, who was coming along just to be the guy who could document the thing and make the guy who hired him look great, the one who they mutinied against, ended up being one of two of the men who finished it kayaking. He had never really kayaked before. And he was trained by the other guy who was a champion kayaker from Poland. And they made it all the way to the Atlantic Ocean. Yeah, it's a great story. Doing that, and on another front, developing a TV series at Sony with Blake Griffin, the NBA player, has a new company with Ryan Khalil, ex-NFL player, called Mortal Media. And we're developing a high school show about elite athletes that takes all of the best football, basketball, tennis, golf, you name it, into one high school based on the IMG Academy, which does this in Florida. In a way, it's kind of like a superhero show in a funny way because they're all best at what they do. But then when they're together with everyone else, they're just ordinary.
Mr. Cohen, thank you so much for your time. This was so great talking with you.
Absolutely. David, please, I'm not Mr. Cohen to anyone but my former high school teachers or whoever does that.
You've done so much over the years. I'd love to know how you even got into it.
I was in Maryland. I lived in Maryland, grew up in Maryland, graduated from University of Maryland, and wanted to be a screenwriter in TV or movies and didn't know how to do it. And I read an article back when there were magazines, Newsweek magazine. It said all the big players in Hollywood came out of the USC or UCLA film school. So I applied to both, got rejected by both. But luckily for me, USC was starting a brand new graduate program in professional writing where they taught everything from novel writing to advertising to everything. And they were desperate for people because they had just started. So they accepted me. And I was a waiter at there's a chain of restaurants called Hamburger Hamlet back then. It doesn't exist anymore. It was all over the country. And I got a job waiting tables there. And I made friends with another waiter who also wanted to be a writer. And he got a meeting on a TV show at the time, which was the number one TV show called 8 is Enough. And said, hey, you want to go with me? And I said, yeah. And we sold him an idea. And that's how it started.
What was your role when it came to Voyagers? Because that was a favorite of mine when I was growing up.
I had worked on a show called Fall Guy, which was a big hit at the time. And one of the producers from that show got fired and went to Universal and got on Voyagers. And he told the showrunner, Jim Perriott, you got to hire this guy, Nick. And I was ready to leave Fall Guy. I liked Glenn Larson as a person. I didn't like working for him. And so he brought me over to Voyagers, and I was this executive story consultant writer. And then I I produced a couple of the episodes. It was so much fun to write. I learned so much about history researching each episode. It was great.
What was the move like for you to go from television to movies?
I had done an overall deal at Warner Brothers after I had done Magnum PI. I was hot after Magnum PI because it was such a big hit. I got an overall deal at Warner Brothers, and they put me on 2 really bad shows that I hated. And during a break, a hiatus after the last one, I decided I got to get out of TV. So I wrote a spec movie. It got a lot of attention, never got made, but it got me a lot of work. And I got hired by Paramount to rewrite a movie, which ended up being The Experts, which is like a cult hit, but not a very good movie. At the time, being a movie writer was like you were on the A team and a TV writer was on the B team. That's changed completely now, but that's what it was then. And so I just had a child, and I in TV, you just don't have time to do anything but do TV. In movies, I just wrote at home for 4 or 5 hours a day. It was great. And I did that for 16 years. After the first one, I wrote movies for 16 years. And then my movie career started to fade. And the producer, Mark Gordon, who's done Speed and Grey's Anatomy and a million others, he's a big shot producer. He's a friend of mine, called me up and said, "Don't you want to do TV again? I really want to get into." He wasn't in TV at the time. He had not had Grey's Anatomy yet. And I said, "Yeah, I got this kind of idea for an airport." And we pitched it. We sold it. It got made. It was on the air, but failed and was over in 13. But Mark had Grey's Anatomy and LAX at the same time. And Grey's Anatomy is still on 20 years later. And LAX lasted 13 episodes. So that's how it goes. That's how it goes with things.
You worked on one that I really like a lot called The Associate. Can you tell me what was your involvement with that one and what was the experience like for you on that one?
It actually was a pretty good experience. At the time, I was doing a lot of work for Disney, and Hollywood Pictures, which made the movie, was part of Disney. It went out of business, but it was part of Disney at the time. And Jeffrey Katzenberg, who was running Disney, was a fan of my writing, and I had done 3 or 4 other movies for them. And so they said, "Do you want to adapt this French movie called The Associé?" So I watched it, and I thought, "Oh, yeah, this would be great." And I basically just adapted it. I mean, that movie is about a guy, a nebbishy guy, who can't get ahead, and he invents a fictitious partner. So I wrote it exactly like that, and they all hated it. I got called into the office, and it was like the worst meeting of my life. They all hated it. Interscope was the producer. They said, "Well, the guy's such a loser. Who are we going to get to act in it?" This is before Jim Carrey became a big star. Jim Carrey would have been perfect. So this guy's such a loser. I said, "Well, the only way you could do it is because there was such a glass ceiling in the early 90s that I said, if we made her a woman, then she could still be really competent and great and still have to have a fictitious partner." And they said, "Great." So I had to completely throw out my script and write from scratch with a woman star. And the way that got made was they wanted Whoopi to do a movie called Eddie, which I don't know if you're familiar with that movie, where she inherits a basketball team or something like that. And she didn't want to do it, but she wanted to do The Associate. So she said, "I'll do that movie if you make Associate." And that's how it got made. It was her idea to have her assistant be an older woman who could have been a success if she hadn't been a woman, who is like really smart and stuff. And that was her idea. And I put it in the script. It was great. I felt like that was the best part of the movie.
And to have Diane Wiest play her was...
Oh yeah, she was fantastic.
So good. So where was V.I. Warshawski when you came to that project?
Oh, that's a bad story. It's not a good story. Again, it's Disney. It was Hollywood Pictures. They love what I did on the other stuff I did. So they called me in. It was Katzenberg and Ricardo Mestris, who was head of Hollywood Pictures at the time. And they said, "We want you to rewrite the script." And I said, "I can't. It's really bad. I just can't do it. I have too many other things to do." And they kept throwing more money at it. And I fought to a point where I couldn't say no anymore. And I said, "Okay." So they said, "Okay, we want you to meet with the producers tomorrow." So I went to the producers, and it was like a stonewall. They hated me from the beginning because they thought the script was perfect. They already gotten Kathleen Turner, and they thought the script was perfect. And I said, "What am I doing here? If you don't want to change it, why am I here?" And they went, you're right. You shouldn't be here. So I went back to Jeffrey Katzenberg's office and I said, well, they don't want me to write it. He goes, I do. That's all that matters. I want you to rewrite it. I said, but I can't work with the producers. He goes, you don't have to. Just work with me and Ricardo. So I said, okay. So I completely rewrote the script. The producers hated it. They put some of the stuff back that I hated that was in the original, like going through the sausage factory. I don't know if you remember that scene, but I hated that scene and they put it back. But because I changed the plot a lot and the story a lot, I still got credit on it. It's more the original writers than mine, but I wrote enough for the Writers Guild to give me credit. And I was the last writer.
Yeah, that sausage factory scene doesn't make a lick of sense because I don't think that Stephen Root ever comes back in the movie.
I think once he does. I think somewhere he comes back one more time. When it was shot and there was a preview screening, Ricardo and Jeffrey invited me and I went. And when I walked into that lobby and those guys saw me, the producers and the original writer and the director saw me, it was like Hitler just walked into the room. My God, they did not want me there. But the screening was great. The audience liked it and it was a lot of fun, but I've never talked to those guys since. I don't want to. I don't even know if they're still around, but I don't want. But anyway, it was not a great experience.
Have you ever had an experience as bad as that on other things?
If you want to hear the story about The Associate, there was a period of time in The Associate where it was really bad. Donald Peachy was a director. He had done Grumpy Old Men. He had just come off Grumpy Old Men, and he was directing The Associate. So I worked with him on the script a lot, and he gave me a lot of good notes, and we did the script. They greenlit the movie after Whoopi came on board, and they said we were going to go to New York for just a preview meeting, just a meeting to read the script out loud. We were going to get actors from Broadway to help do a table read so we can hear it. So we went to the table read, and Whoopi walks in with Olympia Dukakis to play the part that Diane Weiss ended up playing. And I have all respect for both of them. I think they're both terrific actors. But they came in, and we had Victor Garber, who's terrific, and we had Bebe Neuwirth, who ended up getting cast because of her reading, and a bunch of other actors that were great. And one of the things that Whoopi insisted on, and it was in the contract, that the love story could not be cut, because she never gets to do love stories. And so there was a love subplot in there. She insisted to stay on there. So we do the read through, and Whoopi and Olympia are reading like they've never acted a day in their life. They are sabotaging it. But everybody else is doing such a good job and they're getting laughs. By eventually they went, well, I guess we better act. And it was a really good reading at the end. But when the thing was done, Whoopi said, cut that fucking love story. And this is when she had it in her contract. And we went, okay. And so we had to go and get notes from her the next morning at her suite at the Plaza Ateneo. A beautiful two-story suite. It was great. And Donald said, listen, because she was being really a jerk to me. And Donald said, listen, don't come like 20 minutes late because I got to talk to her. She can't talk to you like that. She was really disrespectful. I have to talk to her before you get there. So I walk into the suite, and it's Ice Station Zebra. There's like icicles hanging from the ceiling. They hate each other. Whoopi gave some great notes. One of them was the Diane Weiss note. She gave great notes about her. And every time I turned to Donald and go, hey, that was a good note. And Donald would just stone-faced. So we walk out on Fifth Avenue, and Donald said, I'm quitting. I'm leaving today. So I see an animation of my script flying away because that would be the end of the movie if we lost Donald. And I said, Donald, you can't quit. You can't quit. I'm begging him. He goes, no. I'm done. So I go to my hotel room, and the phone is ringing off the hook. Everybody's calling me, from Ricardo Mestris to Hannah Interscope, Donald's lawyer, because he won't answer the phone. And I said, I can't. He's not going to listen to me. Anyway, they sent everybody back except me. I got fired. I was fired off the thing. And Whoopi said, I want to hire my writer. So Whoopi hired her writer. And I licked my wounds. About 6 to 8 weeks passed, and I didn't hear from anybody. It was great. Okay, fine. Maybe I'll get credit. Maybe I won't. And I get a call at 6 o'clock in the morning from Donald Petrie about 6, 8 weeks later and says, you got to come back. You got to come back. We need help on the script. You got to come back. I said, I'm being happy to come back. Will Whoopi take me back? And he said, oh, when she reads this draft, she's going to want you back. Believe me. So Whoopi was getting fitted for the male's face that she insisted on being Marlon Brando. That was what that face was supposed to be like. Even though her hair made the mask not fit properly, but she wouldn't cut her hair. Anyway, she's got the mask on and she's telling Donald all the changes she'd make to the new script. And Donald said, we just Interscope and Hollywood Pictures. We all met and we're bringing Nick back. And she ripped her face off and said, you're paying me a lot of money. I'll fucking say anything you want me to say, and left. So when I went to the set in New York, it was not good. Donald and her were not talking. Donald would hide in his trailer. It was really bad, but that's the way it goes. But it ended up getting made and it was nice. I got sole credit. It was terrific, but there was one bad part of it. See, it's not all great in Hollywood.
Yeah. I know one of your first gigs was Flying High. And then you've done LAX.
You really dug deep.
Then you've done LAX and you've done Pan Am. What's with you in airlines?
That would be pure coincidence. Flying High was just one of the gigs. I had a partner back then. My partner and I did when we first started out. We had done an episode of wrote an episode of It Is Enough, but we hadn't gotten on staff yet. So we were freelancing. We did a show called Carter Country and Flying High and Beach Patrol and all this really bad stuff before It Is Enough to come on staff. But the Pan Am thing happened because I had done a show called The Waterfront, which never got on the air, which was great. Jack Orman, who ran ER for a number of years, had written it. And he created Pan Am. So he liked me on Waterfront. So when Pan Am came, he asked me to come on board. And so it was just pure coincidence that it happened like that. He didn't hire me because I had done LAX.
They were like, we need a guy who wrote for an airport
report.
Yeah.
And those what stewardess would say to each other. Pan Am could have been a great show. It's just the network and the studio fought about what the show should be so much. One wanted a love show. One wanted a spy show. So it didn't work. And the show ended up not working. But we had Margot Robbie. That was her first gig. She was 19 years old. And she was so sweet and really funny. But she was ashamed of her body. She wouldn't wear any bikinis. It was weird, but she wouldn't, because we did a couple of beach shots and she would not wear a bikini. She just thought her body wasn't good enough. Anyway, so that's how that happened. That's how Pan Am happened.
What are you working on now?
I just finished a pilot for ABC called about a rural hospital, and they'll make their decisions in January. I don't know whether it's going to get shot or it doesn't get shot. I don't know. Pilots, you got about a 1 in 50 chance of getting on the air, but it might happen. I had a great time doing it, and at my age, to get a job in Hollywood is really doing something.
Are you pretty much exclusively screenplays? Have you written fiction or anything?
Right now I'm writing a novel, but just because I don't have any TV or movie work to do at the moment. So I'm writing one just to keep busy, but I really never had. I think I wrote a couple of short stories in college and poetry and stuff, but nothing. I really hadn't written a screenplay until I went to graduate school. It was a weird thing where I knew I wanted to do it, but I never did it. And I thought everybody in Hollywood were geniuses, but I was never going to. Then I went to grad school and I saw the other writers and I went, holy shit, I'm as good as these people are. So it gave me a little more confidence.
Mr. Thiel, thank you so much. This was so much fun talking with you.
You're very welcome. I was happy to do it.
Okay, up next, we're going to hear from the director of V.I. Warshawski, Jeff Kanew. I see so many familiar things from your filmography behind you, but what did you have to do with Repossessed?
Okay, Repossessed, a friend of mine, Joe Wazan, who eventually became a head of production at Fox, et cetera, and I did a lot of trailers for him, so we knew each other pretty well, and he produced that movie. It was with Linda Blair, and he got Leslie Nielsen, and it came out. And then he called me and he said, listen, we want to cut a half hour out of the bad stuff and add a half hour of new stuff. Do you want to help us? So sure, I got some ideas and Okay, so there's a sequence when Leslie Nielsen goes to a gym to train for the exorcism, and Body by Jake is there, I think. So that was one of my scenes that I put in. And then there were a few other things, and then particularly the finale where they decide to exorcise her with rock and roll. And he does his impression of Elton John and Michael Jackson and all that stuff. So all that stuff was my stuff in there, uncredited. I was around and it was fun.
How did you get into the business? Did you go in more through the editing or the directing? Because you've done a lot of both.
I started out wanting to be a rock star. I had a band and we made some records, and that was my dream. But little by little, I realized that wasn't happening. At one summer, we were the house band at a place called the Cafe Wa in Greenwich Village. And we auditioned the same day as Paul Simon and Garfunkel auditioned, and we got the job because they were just being folk singers at the time. And plus, again, here's where the story goes in the wrong direction. Prior to that, I had taken my demos around to record companies and didn't get much activity. And I went to this one little record company, and there was a guy who was their A&R man named Jerry Landis. And he was very nice, and he listened to my stuff, and he said, "You wrote these songs?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "And that's you guys are singing?" I go, "Yeah." He said, "You're playing the instruments too?" This was before the Beatles. And he said, "Yeah." So we usually use studio musicians, so we wouldn't need you to play, but we'll give you a contract as a vocal group. So that was great. I was excited. I went and told the guys in my band, who were also my high school best friends. And somehow it came out that because the drummer didn't sing, why should we split the vocal contract with him? And so they dubbed me the person that was going to tell Joel, the drummer, that he's not getting a cut. Anyway, so I tell Joel, and now the other two guys seem to have talked to Joel the night before, and Joel says, "That's not fair." And then they're behind me in the car, and they go, "That's not fair to Joel." And I go, "You guys told me to tell him this." Anyway, my band broke up. So we never got to do anything with the contract for Jerry Landis. Then I started a new band, and the next summer we were about to audition. They had a thing called the Hootenanny, which was basically an audition day for the Cafe Wa. And we're online waiting with all the other bands. And this guy in front of me is this little guy that looks so familiar. And he turns around and I go, "Jerry Landis." And he goes, "Yeah, hi, who are you?" And I go, "My name's Jeff Kanew. You gave me a contract." Okay, he goes, "Yeah." And then your group broke up. He goes, "Oh, this is my buddy Artie. I don't use the name Jerry Landis anymore. I use my real name." "What's your real name?" "Paul Simon." So Simon and Garfunkel were online just in front of us, and they sang some folk song about a plane that crashed in Mexico, and they didn't get the gig, but we got the gig. However, by the end of the summer, they were superstars, and we were not. And this is also at the beginning of when I started to go to college, which I wasn't interested in at all. I was interested in being a rock star. Anyway, I got suspended I went to Columbia. I got suspended from Columbia for cutting too many classes. And so I had a year suspension, and I didn't really care, but my mother didn't like it. I had this part-time job working at a movie company because my father had died the year before. And this neighbor, out of pity for my mother, gave me this summer job working at United Artists as a gopher, office boy, whatever you call it. And so I was working there and still thinking about my music career. And at a certain point, when I got kicked out of school, this man who was trying to help my mother got mad at me, and he said, "All right, then you're losing your job here too." Right? And I said, "Oh, that's terrible." And he goes, "Unless you can get back into school, then you can't work here anymore." So I went and begged the dean to let me back in. And the dean said, "If you can talk to your professors and finish all the work, then we won't suspend you." So I went to the professors, yada, yada, yada. Anyway, they all agreed to let me do the work and take the final, and two of them failed me anyway. So I was out. And now the man at United Artists felt sorry for me, so he gave me a job as the assistant to their trailer producer, the in-house trailer producer for United Artists. I barely knew what a trailer was, although I had gone to the movies a lot. And so I became this guy's assistant. And luckily or unluckily for him, he had some kind of a muscular dystrophy, and his hands didn't work too well. And so I became his hands, which meant like I could zip up his fly after he goes to the bathroom, or I could hold his sandwich while he ate it. But in the meantime, I got to do a lot of his work that I never would have had a chance to do before. And so I learned how to edit. And that was pretty much fun. I still really wanted to be a rock star, but I started to learn how to make movie trailers. So now I'm out of school. I'm working as a trailer assistant to the trailer guy. And I never went to meetings or anything. I was happy to just stay back and do the work. And the other guys in the editing place were all ex-doo-wop guys as well. So that was fine. But then I got a draft notice. And I realized, because this was 1965, and it was like, I'm going to have to go to Vietnam. And that was not a real popular activity back then. And probably in some parts of the country, everybody wanted to go, but nobody from Brooklyn wanted to go there. And so what am I going to do? All these other guys that I was friends with were already married. They were like my age, but married. And that was why they all got married to beat the draft, because that was the law back then. So they said, so you see in this girl, why don't you just marry her? And I go, but I'm like 20 years old. I don't want to be married. You want to go to Vietnam? No. Anyway, I got married. And now I needed a raise. So I asked my boss, could I get a little raise? Because I was making $93 a week and the next level was 103 or something. And he said, no. So he said, if you want a raise, go ask the head of the department. I'm not going for you. And they didn't really know what I did because I never went to the meetings. Anyway, to make this long story less long, I ended up losing that job. And now I'm sitting out here, 1A on the draft, and what am I going to do? And this friend of mine, one of the other guys who was an editor, said, start your own trailer company. He's a Brooklyn guy, so he sounded like this. I go, I can't start my own trailer company. Who's going to give me work? I can't do the client relationships part. He goes, you could do it. So I went to a couple of other trailer companies in New York, and they all said, no, not interested in you. So I thought, okay, I'll try it. So I declared myself in the trailer making business. And another young guy that was working at United Artists in their foreign marketing department gave me a chance to do a trailer on a movie called A Man and a Woman, which they had the foreign distribution rights on. And I loved that movie. And there was couldn't use the dialogue because it was all in French, but the music was da 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 ba da ba da ba ba da ba da. So I cut a trailer to that, and it was really nice, and they liked it. And they paid me like 1/10 of what they pay a regular trailer maker, but I didn't care. And so I had done my first trailer, and I thought that was pretty good. And so I, little by little, got another one and another one. But then the client relationship part came up, and I wasn't getting enough work because there were other places where they could go and deal with grown-ups, not with me. So I wasn't getting much work. And down the hall from this place where we rented a little editing room, because everything was on film back then. We had a moviola and cutting on film. Down the hall, there was a guy who was making pornos. And he came up and he says, you guys editing in here? I said, yeah. He says, if you could cut my movies, then I could go make another movie while you're editing this movie. So for $500, we cut his movie while he was shooting his next movie. And he did everything himself. He held the camera, he held the light, he wrote the script, and it was garbage, but that was softcore porn. This was before Deep Throat, so there wasn't a whole lot of actual insertion or anything. So it was a simulated sex. So I did a couple of those trailers for those movies, and I edited those movies. And then I thought, I got nothing else to do. I'll try to make one of those movies. So I wrote a cheesy script called Mail Order Confidential. And it was about a guy who sells porn through the mails. And of course, in the end, it turns out his wife, unbeknownst to him, was his biggest customer. And so I made that movie, and I thought I liked the process of doing that. So I wrote another movie. And at the time, I had done the trailer for The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. So I thought, how about a softcore porno based on The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly? So we got some guys to finance it for like $30,000. And I got a lot of hippie friends who looked like cowboys when you put a hat on them. And we made this movie, and it was called The Wicked Die Slow. And there was almost no dialogue, and it was like a takeoff on an Italian Western. And I was kind of directing it, copying Sergio Leone, all his angles and the close-ups. And But when I cut the movie together, because of my trailer making experience, I cut it way too short. So they spent their money and they got a 50-minute movie. They said, no, this has to be like 75 minutes. I said, well, we're going to have to shoot more stuff. So they gave me some more money and we shot some more stuff. And now it came out to 60 minutes and they fired. So I was fired from that, but I was in the movie. Anyway, I did that. I made The Wicked Die Slow. And little by little, I started getting little dribbles of trailer work at the same time. And a friend of mine who's still a friend now, but he was a young up and coming marketing executive. He worked at Embassy Pictures and they had this movie. He called me and he said, we got this movie. It's got nobody in it, but it's got music and it's Simon and Garfunkel music. And maybe you should do the trailer. So I got the trailer for The Graduate and I loved the movie and I thought this could be my big break. So I made a good trailer. It was long, but a really good trailer on The Graduate and everybody liked it. And Mike Nichols saw it and he liked it and everything was going to be great. And then I get a call. The trailer's out in the theaters. So this is it. I get a call. Mike Nichols wants the trailer pulled off the screen because some friends of his saw it and they said, you gave away the whole movie. But I really didn't. I gave away a lot of it, but not the whole movie. It just ends with him banging on the Elaine. You don't know how it's going to end. But anyway, so I went to the theater with a recorder and I interviewed people coming out who had just seen the trailer. And one after another, I would say, did you see the trailer for this movie, The Graduate? I said, yes. Did it look good? It looked great. Do you feel like you saw the whole movie? No. And I just got all those answers, one after another, like 100 interviews. And I called the Embassy Pictures and I say, can I take this tape and play it for Mike Nichols? We're not going to call him. You want to call him? Here's his number. You call him. So I call Mike Nichols and I say, I'm the guy that made the trailer. He goes, oh yeah. I go, and I hear you want to take it down because people said it gave away the whole movie. And I said, it really didn't. And I made this tape of all these people coming out of the theater saying that we're dying to see it and we don't feel like we've seen the whole movie. He said, really? Yeah. I said, can I bring the tape over and play it for you? He says, no. I said, no, don't you want to just listen to it? He goes, if it means that much to you, leave it alone. So we left it alone. And then the movie was a success. And that was my real beginning as a trailer guy. And after that, I started to get more work. I got Midnight Cowboy and I got Lion in Winter and a bunch of stuff. And I did 400 trailers, Cuckoo's Nest and Rocky and all the Woody Allen movies. And I loved doing it. But the business part where you just had to suck up to clients all day long, it was exhausting. And after 10 years of it, I couldn't do it anymore. Plus, I worked on Cuckoo's Nest and I went to the Oscar party after Cuckoo's Nest won all the awards. And somebody came up to me at the party and said, so what did you do on the movie? I said, I made the trailer. They said, what do you mean you made the trailer? I said, the trailer, the coming attractions. I thought the projectionist just shows some scenes from the upcoming movie. So I realized I'm not famous. I'm never going to be famous making trailers. And I want to be known. I want to be somebody. So then I decided I'm going to make a real movie. And it took me a while, but I found a book that I really liked and I adapted it. And nobody else had bought the rights because they were smart. And very depressing movie.
Oh, you must be talking about Natural Enemies.
That movie.
Oh boy. Yeah. That was rough, man. That was real rough.
At the time, I related to it. As a person, I was married, not happily, but married. But I just thought my life wasn't working out. And I could relate to this man who's just sitting there going, I have all this stuff, but it's not working for me. And anyway, I made the movie. It played for 2 weeks and disappeared. And only recently came back as a Blu-ray. And now people like it, but back then they called it the grimmest Reaper ever made. In fact, in LA, there's I don't know what you'd call it, a group of people that they have a thing called Bleak Week, and they show only depressing movies. And my film was picked to be the first movie in Bleak Week, so I went out there.
I'm so curious about Black Rodeo because I was looking for that movie forever, and I think maybe you released the VHS or something, but I've seen it now. But how did that project come about?
Back when this was 70-ish, 71. And I was at the height of my trailer making days. I worked a lot and got a lot of good movies to work on. And it was just, I was doing trailers for movies like Shaft and Slaughter and all these blaxploitation movies. And I thought, wow, maybe there should be a black Western. So I started writing one. And then a friend of mine called me and said, you still working on that black Western? And I said, yeah. He said, well, there's going to be a black rodeo in Harlem in a couple of weeks. So I thought, oh, that's amazing. Went down, spoke to the Black Cowboy Association, got the rights to film it. And I got some camera guys and we went and we filmed this weekend of rodeo. And it was a great experience. I was like educated because I was afraid to go through Harlem ever. But now I spent 2 days in Harlem with all the people and the kids, and it was like so wholesome and nice. I wasn't scared anymore. And so that was a great experience. And somehow I thought I'm going to put good music in the movie. I know that. So I got music for not a lot of money because there was no budget. I got Unchain My Heart, Ray Charles and Little Richard, Keep a Knockin', and a bunch of things like that. And then I thought, oh, if I only had an on-camera person to talk about the Old West and the Cowboys. And I showed an assembly of footage to Bill Cosby. I got it to him. And he said, it's too boring. And he walked out. And then I thought, now what am I going to do? But I remember that Woody Strode had been a guest at the rodeo. And there was a picture of him talking to people. And I called him up and I said, would you want to be the on-camera guy? And he goes, I'd love to do that. And I know all about the history of the Black West, yada, yada, yada. So he flew into New York and I shot him sitting in a rocking chair in a Western looking setting. The rocking chair was very squeaky and ruined it almost, but he knew everything. I had notes for him, but he didn't need them. He became the on-camera sort of guide to the Old West. I thought I'd open the movie with a sort of a dig at white cowboys. So I sang Home on the Range. I played it and sang it really bad and showed pictures of Gene Autry and John Wayne. And it was like white cowboys are not cool. And then we went into the of the Black Rodeo song. It was a good experience. It was a very wholesome thing. Got some good reviews, but nobody at that point, they'd rather pay to see Superfly than to go see some cowboys jumping up and down on horses. So it didn't do well, but it hung around for years and years. And not that long ago, somebody put it out as a VHS or a DVD or whatever. And I was not a good businessman, so I always ended up giving away the rights for nothing.
How did you get the gig editing Ordinary People?
So while I was doing trailers a lot, I got to work with Sidney Pollack. I got to work with Redford on Jeremiah Johnson, on 3 Days of the Condor. And so we had a relationship through trailers. And then he was doing All the President's Men, and I did the trailers and stuff on All the President's Men. And he was having a problem getting the movie cut down from 2.5 hours. And he said, would you do me a favor and try to shorten this movie? Because you used to make it short. So I said, sure. So it took a couple of weeks and I cut the movie down. It ended up back where it was because Alan Pakula wanted it that way. But he could see that I was able to cut the movie down. And then at a certain point after I did Natural Enemies, and he knew Hal Holbrook, he was thinking of Hal Holbrook for the lead in Ordinary People. And he called me up and he said, can I see your movie? And I said, sure. And I sent it to him and he called me back and he said, yeah, I don't think Hal's going to work, but you did a really good job on the movie. It was the first nice thing anybody said about that movie. And I said, so where are you editing Ordinary People, LA or New York? He goes, well, I'd like to do it in New York. And I was in New York. I said, I got an editor for you if you're interested. He goes, who? And I said, me. And he said, I thought you wanted to be a director. I said, I would love to cut Ordinary People. So he said, okay. A couple of minutes later, I get a call from the line producer, a guy named Ron Schwery, who I became friends with. And he says, is this Jeff Kanew? Yeah. Who the fuck are you? I go, I do trailers, but I did some work for Bob and I offered to be the editor. And he said, okay. He goes, what other movies have you cut? I go, oh, none, just a couple that I made. But he goes, we have Sam Osteen. He did The Graduate. He did Rosemary's Baby. What the fuck does he want you for? I said, I don't know, but he said, okay, what's your rate? I said, oh, I don't have a rate because I never did that before. Anyway, I got that job. My rate was $1,200 a week. And I learned a lot and I had a great experience. And Bob found the editing process a little boring, so I got to do a lot of stuff on my own. And I got to learn watching him work with the actors because he was great with the actors. And that was just an amazing experience. And so I got it by asking for it. He should never have hired me. That was a bad move.
I'm trying to remember with Eddie Macon's Run, was that the first time that you and Kirk Douglas worked together? Because you worked with him a lot.
Yeah. Eddie Macon's Run. I had done Natural Enemies already. That went nowhere. But I wanted to try again. And I found this novel, Eddie Macon's Run, and nobody had the rights. So I got the rights and I adapted it. And I was trying to get financing. And somehow or other, I ended up getting it financed because I got this producer named Marty Bregman, who was Alan Alda's manager and Al Pacino's manager and produced a lot of movies. And he took over and got us financing. And then he became my boss and bullied me the whole time making that movie. And one of the things, first he calls me, because that movie was about a guy with 2 children who wrongly goes to prison and then runs away from prison to be with his family. He calls me up one day and he goes, "What? You ever watch Dukes of Hazzard?" I go, "No." He goes, "There's this guy on Dukes of Hazzard named John Schneider. I want him to play the lead." I go, "But he's 20 years old. This is about a man with 2 children. "Yeah, well, tough." He says, "You're going down to Atlanta, and if John Schneider approves you, he's going to be the star and you can direct the movie." So I go down there and I get approved. And then I go back and I was thinking the cop should be the antithesis of a Southern guy. So let's try to get Peter Boyle or Gene Hackman. And he goes, "You're getting on a plane tomorrow. You're going to see Kirk Douglas." I go, "I love Kirk Douglas, but for what?" He goes, "He's going to play the cop." I go, "I don't know. He doesn't seem New Yorky enough for the cop." He says, "You're going." So I flew out there and I met with Kirk Douglas, and he had watched Natural Enemies. And maybe he was only the second person that ever said anything nice about Natural Enemies. And he said, I liked your movie. I think it was a little one note, but I really liked it. So he agreed to do Eddie Macon's Run. And I learned a lot from him making that movie. And then we became friends and did more things together. Tough guys. Get the movie together. And Peter McGregor Scott had taught me always preview the movie with audiences before you show it to the studio. And you get to tighten it up. And so I always did that. And so I had a number of good screenings with test audiences on Tough Guys. And then Michael Eisner said, "I want to see the movie." So I took it over there and we had a screening with a test audience. And all the Disney executives are there with their pads and their pencils. And I was like really nervous. We come out of the screening room and Michael says, "Let's go across the way to my office, to our conference room." I go, "Do me a favor. I'm really like wound up from the screening. And can we do this tomorrow?" "No, let's go over there right now." Okay. So we go over there and I see all the guys with their notepads and we go into their conference room and everybody, it's getting ready to be a firing squad, right? And he gets a phone call, Michael Eisner, and he leaves the room and these guys are all getting ready to kill me. And he comes back in and he goes, "Look, I think there's some things about this movie that we could change, but you know what? I think it's good. Let's just leave it alone." And all the pads go under the table. So he saved that movie. They didn't hack it up or anything. A couple of years later, V.I. Warshawski, we have a screening in, I forget, somewhere in the Valley, Northridge or somewhere like that. And I had some test screenings of the movie, so I knew it played pretty well for audiences. So now we have V.I. Warshawski. And within the first tops 15 minutes, I see a guy, the audience is listening intently. A guy gets up and starts walking up the aisle. Big guy. Walks right past me. It's Michael Eisner. And maybe he's just going to the bathroom or maybe he's just going for a soda. He never comes back. And the next day, the word comes down. Michael doesn't like the movie. And that was the opposite of the Tough Guy's reaction. Shorter. He wants it this. He wants it that. So that's why I have this color hair.
Tell me how you got the gig for Revenge of the Nerds, because that seemed to really just jettison you.
So I had made all two depressing movies, And no one would hire me to do a comedy. I didn't want to do a comedy. And my friend, Joe Wazan, this producer who had done stuff with me before for trailers, he calls me up one day and he goes, "You won't believe this. I just got a job as head of production at 20th Century Fox." I go, "Wow, Joe." He had been an agent and a producer. I go, "That's amazing." He goes, "I'll probably get fired within a year, but I can hire some friends. So I'm going to send you some scripts and see if you want to do one of these movies." So he sends me Bachelor Party and another thing called Give Me an F about cheerleader camp, all comedies, and this Revenge of the Nerds thing. So I read Bachelor Party and I thought, yeah, it's all right. The cheerleader thing was disgusting. And then I wasn't even going to read Revenge of the Nerds because it sounded so stupid, because nerds weren't a thing yet, that word. But I read it, and within 3 pages, I thought, oh my God, that's me. Arriving at college, feeling like I don't belong and that nobody likes me. And I could relate to that. So I said, okay, I could do this one. He goes, "Here's the problem. The producers don't even want to meet with you, but I'm going to force them to meet with you. So you got to fly out here." So I fly out and I do whatever homework you can do to get a job directing. And I go and meet with these guys, and it takes about 2 hours. We seem to hit it off, see things the same way. And then I fly back to New York and I get a call from Joe, my friend. And he says, "So what happened at the meeting?" I said, it lasted a long time, and I think we really see things the same way. So I think it went well. He goes, "You made one mistake." I go, "What?" He goes, "You said Risky Business was a better movie than Animal House." I said, "It is. Animal House was funny and it made a lot of money, but Risky Business is a better movie. What kind of a movie are you going to make of this?" I go, "This is more like Animal House, but I'm still want to make as good a movie as I can make. And I don't want the characters to be cartoons. I want them to be people that you can relate to. And that's why you'll root for them. What kind of a movie are you going to make?" I go, I know what you're trying to get me to say, Joe. Animal House, sir, but I'm not going to do that." He goes, "I want you to make a movie. Not only will it not play at Cinema 2 in New York, but you'll never be allowed in there again." I go, "All right, Joe, I'll tell you what. How about if I make a movie that I'm ashamed to put my name on?" He goes, "You got the job." That's how I got the job. And every actor that's in the movie, none of them wanted to be in it because they all thought it was going to be stupid. And so I had to promise them, no, we're going to make them real, and we're not going to, the goofy stuff is there, but they're going to be real characters that you can care about. And it worked out. Then, my friend Joe lost his job before the movie opened. And this guy, Norman Levy, came over from Columbia Pictures and took over Fox. And I was in a restaurant somewhere, and a guy walks up to me and goes, "Hey, I hear your movie's a piece of shit." I go, "Who'd you hear that from?" He says, "Norman Levy, the new head of production at Fox." I go, "That's great." Anyway, so I had to go through this whole process of proving this movie wasn't a piece of shit, which he didn't want to hear. And it was supposed to open in 700 theaters. He cut it down to 100, and he cut the marketing budget. And it was disaster. But for some reason, that movie opened and didn't die. It just went on and on, and it ended up being successful. So I had gone from making the most depressing movies ever to making a hit comedy. And after that, I couldn't get a serious movie job. I was a comedy director. I was always trying to work my way back to real stories or whatever. But I don't know. So I did Gotcha, which was a comedy, but it also had reality to it. There was real stakes. And then Tough Guys, which was Kirk and Burt. Again, it's a comedy. It's a gimmicky movie, but those guys are not going to play it goofy. And that kind of worked out. And then there's a long story in the middle there where I found a script that nobody wanted to make. And I loved it. And I got it set up somewhere as a low budget movie. And I cast it, and it was Dead Poets Society. Right. So I'm now literally 2 weeks away from starting to shoot on Dead Poets Society with Ethan Hawke. Jennifer Connelly was playing one of the girls. It was going to be great. And I had this experience with Robin Williams, who read it and he liked it, but his manager wouldn't let him work with me for whatever reason. So he wouldn't do it. No Robin Williams. They give me the green light. we're going to shoot it non-union in Georgia. And they start sending me memos. Let's change the title. Let's get a bigger name. And I went through a lot of casting things with them. 2 guys came in that I would have said yes, that I did say yes to, and Disney said no. One was Liam Neeson and the other was Alec Baldwin. They wouldn't hire either of those guys because they really wanted Robin Williams, and Robin Williams didn't want to do it with me. I should have seen the writing on the wall, but I didn't have that experience. So I'm down there waiting to shoot like the sun rising behind the school. And before I went down there for that trip, I thought, if I don't get them a name, I'm going to lose this job. So I sent the script to Jack Nicholson, Dustin Hoffman, and Harrison Ford. Don't hear anything from Harrison Ford. Jack Nicholson passes. Don't hear from Dustin Hoffman. So I'm down in Atlanta and I get a call from my agent. He says, Dustin Hoffman's person, whoever that is, read the script and Dustin's going to read it tomorrow. They like it. That's great. Next day comes by. I get a call from Michael Eisner, who never calls me. Jeff, hey, Mike Eisner. What's going on, Michael? I just want to let you know, Dustin Hoffman read the script. He really likes it. And he's coming to my house for dinner tonight. And he's never come to my house for dinner ever. I go, oh, that's great. And then the next day they call me, they say, you better fly back here because Dustin wants to do it, but not with you. And this is after I did the trailer on The Graduate and Midnight Cowboy and Straw. Not with me. It must have his manager or agent must be saying, this guy's nobody. He's the wrong director. Anyway, I got fired off Dead Poets after I got set up. So after that, I thought I got to have a hit, obviously, because Tough Guys wasn't a big hit. And so I heard about this movie called Troop Beverly Hills, where a director named Howard Deef was directing that movie, but he's leaving that movie to go do this other movie called Dream Team. And so that job is open. So I throw my hat in the ring and I get the job of Troop Beverly Hills, even though I don't think I was the right choice for that, but I ended up doing a good job on that movie. It didn't make money, but it had a long life in video and people still liked that movie. So I did that. And then after that, I wasn't getting jobs because that wasn't successful, whatever. And you get to a point where you have heat, you lose the heat, and now your agent's not that interested anymore. So I had been with William Morris. I ended up at the Gersh Agency, and the Gersh Agency got me the Kathleen Turner job on VR Workshop. And I had a great experience making that movie and loved the casting, and everything about it was good, except nobody went to see it. So that was it for me in Hollywood.
It sounds like Kathleen Turner was already attached by the time you got there.
Yeah, and I had to go and audition for her, and I got the job. We got along and whatever, and we worked together great. And there was a whole big committee on that movie. There were like 5 producers and 2 studio execs on the set at all times. And because I got along well with Kathleen, they couldn't push me around too much. And I had good actors, and I just watched the movie today. I'm happy with the movie. There was just no way to sell it. They couldn't figure out. And I will say that the title may have been a problem. So that was that.
I know there were also a lot of writers on that, at least 3. Where was the script at when you came aboard? Writers on that, at least 3. Where was the script at when you came aboard?
There was a writer named Edgar somebody or other, serious mystery writer, and he did the first adaptation because the novels were basically detective stories. They weren't comedies. She had a tone in her description of things that had comedic, but there were the bad guys and violence, and she was the detective. Anyway, the script was a TriStar, and then the producer, Jeff Lurie, and his guys, he had like several people who worked for him. They would put it in turnaround at TriStar, and they moved it to Disney. And Disney, who I had now had a bad experience with because of Dead Poets, Touchstone, this guy, David Hoberman, who was the head of Touchstone, he didn't want any part of me. But this Hollywood Pictures was this other company that was at Disney. And because David didn't like me, Ricardo Mestris of Hollywood Pictures did like me. And so I got to do that job. And again, I feel pretty good about the movie, and every movie is a war and every movie is an education. And that was another one. But before the movie opened, there was a thing called Premiere Magazine, and they do a summer prediction. And their summer prediction was, and it was always like, who stands to gain? Who stands to lose? And with V.I. Warshawski, who stands to gain? The producers, Kathleen Turner, the studio, because if this movie succeeds, they'll have a franchise like James Bond. Who stands to lose? The director, because if that movie doesn't succeed, it's his fault. So I got all the credit for the failure.
When you said there's so many producers on set and everything, it feels like there was a lot of pressure on you for this.
I got along well with Jeff Lurie and his people, except for a couple of them. Everybody has an opinion. Then there was, the studio had appointed their own representative on the set, and she was the one carrying notes back from the other. So that every weekend there was like it's long, several hours meeting with studio notes and trying to figure out how to deal with them and how are we going to sell this to Kathleen, because if she said no, then that's it. If she doesn't want to make this change or do this scene. So she saved the movie in a sense because she made good choices as far as that goes. She didn't save the movie at the box office, but the movie worked because they kept trying to turn it into Paper Moon. A funny relationship between this young girl and this female detective. That's all they were trying to push it towards comedy. But they had a mother and her husband trying to kill the daughter, and it was a serious, and her dad was blown up at the beginning. So it was not a comedy, but it had comedic elements to it.
Is the Kathleen Turner's already attached to it? Who else is already cast for this, or did you help the casting process?
Oh yeah, no, just Kathleen. I got the job, and then casting is always, it's a little bit of a committee thing, but the casting person gives you suggestions. Some casting people don't like you to shop, as they say. They like you to accept who they give you. So Wayne Knight plays the kind of bad guy, and Stanley Tucci came in and read for that, and he was great, and I wanted him. But Katzenberg wanted Wayne Knight, and he came and read, and he was good. And I wasn't, at that point, I had learned to shut up and not argue with not speak truth to power. But I learned it a little late, that's all. So there was, and Charles Durning, I had worked with him on Tough Guys, and so that was great. And the guy who dies at the beginning, Stephen Meadows, was brand new. And we read a lot of people on that, Bruce Greenwood and Jack, I forget his name, Scalia or whatever. But I really liked Stephen Meadows, and they let me hire him. And he was good. And the girl's mother was an actress named Nancy Paul, with the redheaded woman, I thought she was great. And the two older brothers, everybody was really good actors. And I didn't have them in my pocket, but whoever the casting person was, I'd have to look it up again, but they presented good people.
I always like J.O. Saunders. I always find him to be great.
So Jay was in Eddie Macon's Run. Jay was one of the two bad guys who hanged John Schneider in their living room. And we got to be pretty good friends on that movie. And then I offered him the coach job in Revenge of the Nerds, but he said it sounded stupid, so he didn't do it. So then he was sorry that he didn't do it. And then I offered him the Warshawski thing, and he did it, and Kathleen approved him, and it was great.
Did you actually shoot that in Chicago?
Mostly. Yeah, actually, almost entirely, but at the last minute, Chicago was great because there's this river, and no one's ever shot a boat chase on that river before. And I thought, here's my French Connection moment. And so we did that, and that was fun and great. But then Disney sort of changed their mind about the ending of the movie. It wasn't a big enough ending because it was just at the dock and she goes in the water to rescue the girl. They thought it was too small. And they had done this movie Stakeout with Dreyfuss and Emilio Estevez. And that ended in a big, I don't even know what, it was a factory where they were burning or cutting wood, or it was all these machines. They wanted that. They wanted that ending. So they brought in a writer named Nick Thiel. I never even met him. He worked with the studio people. He wrote them a new ending. The producers and I and Kathleen read that and said no. So that was out. But in the meantime, they made us move back from Chicago to shoot the ending. And it was too cold in Chicago now because they had stalled rewriting the ending, whatever. So we shot the original ending, but we shot it in San Pedro. But it's the same ending.
I always find that the Stephen Root character is very interesting in that it feels like he comes out of nowhere.
It was always there, the sausage factory guy. It was there to set up that men are pigs, I guess. You know, he was nobody at the time. I mean, he's done so many things since then, and he's great. Yeah, that was like a half a day shoot with him, but he was great.
Do you tend to work with the same people behind the camera?
Try, because it's a good thing to do, but there's always politics behind it. Like the DP who shot Nerds and Gotcha, Troop Beverly Hills, they wouldn't hire him. They wanted their own guy for Troop Beverly Hills. And Shelley Long had a guy she wanted because he knows how to photograph women. So King Baggett, who shot Nerds and Gotcha, they wouldn't hire him. And Tough Guys, he shot 3 movies for me in a row. And he was great, but it didn't move. And at a certain point you go, I mean, if I was Francis Coppola, I'd say this is who I want, and that would be it. But I hadn't achieved that level of political power or whatever. Try to work with the same people if you can. I had a line producer named Peter McGregor Scott, who, when I first got out to LA to prepping Nerds, guy comes into my office one day and he goes, "Hi, I'm the new line producer." I go, "Okay, great." He goes, "Yeah, let me just tell you this. I'm being hired as a spy." I go, "What do you mean?" He goes, "They know I did Animal House. And if I think you're not making it funny, I have to call the studio and squeal." I said, "Oh, that's good to know." He goes, "But we'll just work together and we'll make it work." And that's what we did. We worked together and we made it work. And so then he did Gotcha with me. And then Disney wouldn't hire him on Tough Guys for some reason. But then Troop Beverly Hills, I got him back again. So I did 3 movies with Peter. But it's a shorthand thing. If you work with somebody and you know how each other works, it's very helpful.
I'm curious about you having come from the editing background. How was it giving up that control to somebody else to edit your films?
It was not easy. And in fact, I always had my own cutting room. I didn't take credit, but on Nerds, for example, they gave me an editor that had worked on Mel Brooks' most recent movie. I think it was called To Be or Not to Be or something. And the studio liked him and he started to work for me. And I realized he doesn't try enough permutations on a scene. He just likes to cut the scene and not make too many splices because we're still cutting on film. And it sounds sloppy if you make too many splices when it goes through the movie. Oh, it goes, blah, blah, blah. Editors didn't like that. And also they would have their assistant editors and they would just, this was like a style thing. They would go, the thing would be on the moviola and then he would hit it with the grease pencil. And that was where to cut. And then he would give it to the assistant, go cut there, like that. When I was cutting, I was thinking, I don't know, should it be here? Should it be there? And I always had too many cuts because I wanted it to be the perfect cut. And a lot of it was trial and error to me. So I worked with that guy on that movie. And then I worked with a different person on Gotcha. Although I had an apprentice editor on Nerds who also worked on Gotcha as an assistant. And she became a really big, solid editor. She did Hangover 1, Hangover 2, Hangover. She became a really big time editor. This girl, Debbie, that was the apprentice on Nerds. I worked with different editors, but I always had my own cutting room. So I would just potchkey around and make things the way I needed them to be.
Who your DP for Warshawski, was it Jan Kesser?
Jan Kieser, yes.
Yes, Kieser. Okay.
He was okay. All my films up to that point were visually fine, but nothing brilliant about them. And on Warshawski, I wanted to try to become a less boring director visually. And so I tried to get a couple of guys and they didn't like the script. Conrad Hall didn't like the script. And then Jan Kieser came in. I had seen one of his movies and I said to him, "Listen, I need to look more stylish on this movie. So let's make different kind of choices. Let's not make choices just based on story. Let's make some choices based on style." And he said, "Absolutely." But every time I would ask him to do something like that, he would say, "It's not justified." And so the movie was fine, but it could have been more interesting visually.
So did you end up in movie jail afterwards?
That was 1991. I wasn't getting meetings. I wasn't getting jobs. I was bouncing from agency to agency and nothing was happening. So I started doing trailers again. And now I was no longer the top of trailer makers. I was like level 3 of trailer makers. So after they'd been to a couple of other companies, they'd give me a crack at it. So I worked for a couple of years just doing trailers again. The money was good and the ego was crushed. And so then at a certain point, Kirk called me up and he was offered a Touched by an Angel episode. And he asked, would I direct it with him? I said, sure. So he got me that job and I went to Salt Lake City and we shot that. And I thought, that's like making a movie. It's fast but I enjoyed it. So I did 3 episodes of that. And then Kirk got this offer to make a movie in Belarus, a Holocaust movie. And he had already had his stroke and he was not feeling well, but he got me the job as the director. And then just when it was time to go over there and shoot the movie, he said he couldn't do it. So he canceled. And I called the director, who would never talk to me because he would only fax. So he faxed me back and he said, what do you want? And I said, I guess I'm not going to be the director anymore because Kirk's not going to do it. He goes, no, you're still the director, but we're cutting your salary in half. But I needed the job. So I flew over there and I made that movie. And I liked the movie mostly. It was an amazing experience working in a place where I didn't speak the language, with a crew who didn't speak my language, with actors who spoke several languages. You had an Italian actor and a German actor and a Russian actor all acting in their own language in a scene together. And I thought, this is never going to work, but it did. Those scenes are fine. But then the producer, who was this older Jewish guy from Berlin, he basically got me pushed aside. After I edited the movie, he took over and he made some changes and it ended up opening in the Berlin Film Festival, and he told the Berlin Film Festival that I was in a way making a movie in the jungle and I couldn't be reached. So I was walking down the street in Brentwood one day and a friend of mine said, hey, I hear your movie's in the Berlin Film Festival. I said, what? When did that happen? Oh yeah. I called the Berlin Film Festival. They go, you're back from the jungle? I said, I wasn't in the jungle. They said, we want you to come over. So I went over and that producer was so upset that I was there. That almost made it worthwhile. But it was his movie and that was it. He took it from there. It's never played in America or a lot of places, really.
Since you were doing trailers in the 80s, did you ever work with the big VO guys like Don LaFontaine?
Oh, yeah. No, I was doing them in the 70s.
In the 70s, but then it sounds like you went back to it in the 90s.
Oh, in the 90s, I went back to it. Yeah. And I used Don. Don was great. And he could do it in his sleep. You didn't have to direct Don. He knew he could just read the copy. Yeah, I used him a lot. I used Adolf Caesar until he died. A guy named Hal Douglas. He's still alive, I think, but I used him a lot. And every once in a while, there was a guy named John Rydgren, Brother John. He had a great voice. I was talking about Revenge of the Nerds. I didn't do the trailer on Revenge of the Nerds, but Orson Welles narrated the trailer for Revenge of the Nerds for $25,000. He's only there at the beginning, but it's Orson.
How about now? What are you working on these days?
Last thing I did after I did the thing in Belarus, I came back. I made a movie just made a movie for $20 million via Warshawski. I now made a movie for $300,000. My son wrote it, and it was with Cameron Douglas and an actress named Emmanuelle Shrieky. It got picked up by National Lampoon, so it was called National Lampoon's Adam and Eve. It was a small love story set in a university, and it was actually pretty good. Nobody went to see it, but New Line put it out as a DVD. So I did that Adam and Eve, and then still trying to get an agent and do some work, and I did a few more trailers. My son, who I had done the Adam and Eve movie, he got a job working as National Lampoon's head of production for some reason. And they had a script that I had read. It was like a parody of 300 and Troy and Gladiator. It was called The Legend of Awesomest Maximus. And my son called me and he goes, they're talking to directors now. He goes, I know they're not going to call you, but if I see an opening where some directors say no, I'll stick your name in the. So that's what happened. Waited, and then he called me. He goes, come in today. They can't get a director. So I went in and I tap danced and I got this job directing that. And that was actually a fun experience, and parts of it are really good. And that was 2007. That was the last thing I've done, except for a couple of short films that I made. Like my daughter was in film school. I made a film with her and maybe one or two other little things, but I'm ready to go. I've been working on, I got a couple of scripts. It's going to be hard. You do get to the point where is he still alive? I was going to change my name to that. Is he still alive?
You didn't you do a short with Paul Mazursky as well?
Oh yeah. That wasn't a short. That was a documentary.
Oh, a documentary. Okay.
Called Yippee. Yeah. Paul did it. I had known him from trailer making, and we ran into each other at a funeral. And I had done my thing in Belarus, and he had just come back from the Ukraine, where he had shot this documentary. And I said, what is it about? He goes, there's about 20,000 Hasidic Jews gathered around a lake singing and dancing. I went, oh, that sounds great. He goes, you want to look at the footage with me? I go, but I couldn't say no. So I looked at the footage, and that part wasn't great, but he's in it and he's great. So he became our guide through this world, and we made this documentary. No one released it. And finally, this Brandeis University released it. But it's a good little documentary, and Paul was great. Yippee. Now all we need is my eulogy, and we're done. So that sums it all up there.
Mr. Kanew, thank you so much for your time. This was great talking with you.
You can feel free to edit this. If I said anything to disparage anybody, cut that out. Except for David Hoberman from Disney, because he's a dick.
And last but not least, we're going to hear from the final writer on the V.I. Warshawski project, Warren Leight. Before we start talking about V.I. Warshawski, I really would like to know a little bit more about you, and especially how you decided to become a writer. I thought you would have been a musician.
I grew up in a home where my father was a trumpet player, and he practiced 3-4 hours a day, and they didn't communicate well with each other. And I was not allowed to have music lessons because my mother said, I will never allow my son to do to another woman what your father did to me. So it's a very happy home. I noodled instruments when nobody was home. And I don't know if there would have been a different path had I been, I probably wasn't disciplined enough to be a musician. So I ended up often writing about music and writing musicals. And then every time I do a musical, the musical arrangers and the pianists, everything are just, you're the only book writer who understands music. And I said, well, why would somebody write the book to a musical if they didn't understand music? And there's just this long pause. I'll say, I love working with the piano players and the arrangers and the and just trying to figure out interstitially where to place lines. How much time do you need? It sounded like you wanted to go another chorus. Would it help to have a little more? To me, it's as close as I get to being a musician. And I really enjoy, one of the things I enjoy more than anything is just being in the rehearsal room with these beautiful Broadway voices. And it begins with just a piano player, these amazing piano players. And then it expands as the musical gets closer to whatever fate awaits it.
Now, you ended up going to school for communications and journalism. Is that right?
Communications was the West Coast term for journalism, which, but I wanted to be a sports writer because evidently I was never going to be an athlete. And I grew up reading all these great New York writers who were columnists, like Jimmy Breslin started out as a sports writer, then Red Smith and all of these guys. I didn't learn to read until I started reading sports pages. I was one of those kids people were whispering about. And then I started to follow baseball teams and then the Knicks. And then I wanted to be a sports writer. And then for a while, I wanted to be a stand-up comic. I actually did stand-up comedy in a club where Lou Black was the MC and I went on. And Lou Black wanted to be a playwright and I wanted to be a stand-up comic. This is the mid-'80s. And life takes you where it takes you.
Tell me about some of those early scripts that you would write, because you got in with the Kaufman brothers and working with like the early days of Troma.
But yeah, the trauma, as I used to call it. In case people are wondering, how do you get your career breaks? I had an apartment share in an Upper West Side building. I had what was used to be called the maid's room off the kitchen. I paid $125 a month to rent it. And there were 3 kind of rich kids in the bigger rooms. And I had this little Cinderella-like room. And there was a guy in the building who I'd run into in the hallway, and his name was Charlie Kaufman. Not the famous Charlie Kaufman, but Lloyd Kaufman's brother. One day we were talking, and he said, "You're a writer, right?" I go, "Yeah." He goes, "Do you like horror movies?" At that point, I booked any job. I had to make $600 a month to live. So you could ask me, do I like romance novels? Do I like horror movies? Do I like corporate speech? It didn't matter. I would say, yeah, I love them. So I said, yeah, I love them. And he said, we may need to write a treatment. I have these Swedish investors looking to hide money for tax reasons. And I said, sure. And I went to Times Square. I was not a fan of horror movies. I didn't like them at all. And I watched, in those days, there were all those double features in Times Square. And I probably saw 18 horror movies in the course of a weekend with the Times Square audience, which, first of all, you're taking your life in your hands in those days. Second of all, anytime there's a flaw in the script, which is often they start saying things like, get in the car, bitch, get in the car. Like they point out the holes. And then I had the joy of seeing my own horror movie at one of those theaters. And it was the same. I made the same mistakes. I wrote this treatment for Charles for $600. He had the rights he knew he could shoot at an abandoned summer camp in the Delaware Water Gap. So we needed the girls to go on a camping trip, and bad things happen. We had one day in the city before the unions found us. And then we had all this time and I didn't know anything about the woods. I'd never gone camp. I was a city kid. So I was like, what can happen in the woods? Anyway, we filled up a treatment, and he said, I'll call you if they want the screenplay. And I was like, okay, there's $600. And he called about 6 weeks later, and he goes, the Swedes like it. They're ready to go to screenplay. So I sat with him in his apartment, which was nicer than mine, but not that nice. He would lie on a couch with his head on a pillow, and I sat at the typewriter, and he would say, so what comes next? So what comes next? Which is actually great in terms of, what if this happens? And he'd sum up with something and say, yeah, that works. And so we wrote a screenplay, and I was allowed to do anything. I had probably more artistic freedom there than I've had since. I named the 2 psychopathic brothers Ike and Adley. I said the mom was a big fan of elections, and we did all kinds of crap culture references. And he said, well, if this gets made, I'll give you a call. And I said, okay. And I thought, this is never going to get made. Nothing ever gets made. And he called about 8 weeks later, and he said, we're going to start shooting. I want you to be on set because some of these actors may not be good at saying 2 sentences together. So you may have to make changes. He said, but I can't afford you to have you on set just writing. So you're going to boom the movie. I'm the rare writer boom man hyphenate. And I boomed Mother's Day. There's one shot in the movie where you see my fishbowl fully extended and my entire body in the shot, which I don't blame myself for. I feel like somebody should have caught that, but it's in the movie. It's become sort of this weird cult thing of late, but what Charles got stuck because the certain international markets wanted a lot of blood in it, and blood was expensive to use in those days. So we had the PAs were below the stabbing, soaking it up with sponges and pouring it back into buckets. Really low budget. Had he not drenched it in blood, it might have been more well received here. That was the first screenplay I think I ever wrote, and it got made, and I got $1,200. I don't mean to brag. I'm still friends with Charles to this day. In those days, I booked whatever weird jobs from whatever directors who were on a downward slide and were trying to get a screen. These guys couldn't necessarily write on their own, but they knew a lot about. I worked with this Italian director, and I learned so much from him about structure and story. Nothing that ever got made with him. His name was E.G. Polidoro, and he came to the States after middling success in Italy, thinking he'd be the next guy. He came too late in his life and didn't. But again, he would say, what comes next? Anytime we got lost, he would say, which was all the time, he would say, no, we are lost. Go back. What was the original idea? What was the premise? If you remember the premise, you can always find your way. And there were these things that these guys knew, not from film courses or whatever, but from breaking hundreds of stories over the years that were, if you got past their other insensitivities, they were interesting guys. They were not world beaters, but I think it was formative for me.
You actually worked on a movie that we covered a few years ago and that I wrote about a few years prior to that, because I wrote a whole article about talking genitals films. Can you tell me about your experience on Me and Him?
Yes, the talking genitals genre. That was another one of these. That's one of those stories. When I finished the first draft of the screenplay and it got passed around, people told me I'd written the next Tootsie and I would never have to worry about work again. And anytime I've heard that in my life, it's followed by about 2 to 3 years of complete unemployment. Again, that was a fluke. In this apartment that I shared with those same 3 guys, one of the guys had a sister who had a friend from Germany come. There were like just lots of people staying in the apartment. And one morning I woke up and there was this naked German couple walking across the living room making with my coffee. And she was Doris Dory, who was a German short story writer and film director. She had not yet had her big hit. She had a big German comedy hit, if you'll forgive the contradiction in terms. And the years later, so I met her in social. I liked her. We got along great. And then she was approached to adapt an Italian political didactic novel called, in English, Me and Him, about a guy whose pecker starts to talk to him on his 35th birthday. But it was really also about the battle of socialism versus communism versus capitalism. It was, and I speak Italian. It was impenetrable in either language. It was really I think it was the premise that the guy bought, and then they had nothing. So I created a 35-year-old married guy who begins to act out. There was great possibility of humor. Unfortunately, it was produced by Bernd Eichinger, who had just by chance had known Robin Williams through some people, and he heard about the movie. He said, "You're the guy who wrote the penis movie. I want to play the part of the penis." I was like, "Oh, my life is about to change." And I bring a bootleg copy of Robin Williams Live at Carnegie Hall, I guess, or something, to Bernd Eichinger, who watches about 5 minutes of it, turns it off and goes, "Fun of there is one thing of which I am showing you now is funny this man will never be." So Robin Williams, as the improvisational voice of the penis, would have made that movie very different from what we ended up with. And then Doris, as often is the case, Doris's boyfriend was the DP, and there was a producer. Anyway, she breaks up with the DP and somehow she and her new boyfriend did a rewrite, mercilessly stomping out virtually every joke in the script, turning it more into, again, a European treatise about politics and economic class struggle, and which is not always the funniest stuff. I went to set a few times. They shot in New York, but in such a way that New York looked like Munich. I don't know how they and it went from being this movie that was going to change my life to a movie that did very well in Germany, but died pretty much everywhere else. Eventually, I got them Mark Lynn Baker to voice the penis. Mark, Perfect Strangers, Lynn Baker, who's an old friend. But if you try to trace the path of my career, it's almost none of it makes any sense at all. And a lot of it is like a naked German couple walking across my living room. And that's how I got to do Me and Him 5 years later. There's no planning going on.
So how do you know Jeff Kanew, or is he the one that brought you in on Warshawski, or how did you get that gig?
Yeah, okay, that was a weird one. And Jeff's a nice guy. I enjoyed his company as the Titanic sank. So I was in New York. Is this like 1990? I think the movie comes out in 91. And it's 1990. And I had an agent at that time, and I would get, there was a guy at Hollywood Pictures. Disney at this point was going to take over the world, and they kept creating new film divisions that were going to put out, each film division was going to put out 30 films a year. And there was a guy at Hollywood Pictures, again, a guy I had, who was 2 grades above me in high school, who I'd run into on 57th Street once. He put me up for this movie. A number of writers had been on it already, and shooting was about to begin. And my actual take on it is that the word was out in Hollywood. This was a job that would be thankless, impossible, and horrible, and that they couldn't get a legitimate LA screenwriter to do it. And in desperation, who will take the job? I was in New York. I never spent time in LA. So I was not part of any world. I didn't know enough to know to say no to it, I think was how it happened. There was like a weekly rate that I'd never seen in my life, that I think they thought they got me cheap. There was just such a gap between my New York life. My memory is it was $25,000 a week, which to this day seems like a lot of money. But in 1990, that was 2 weeks was more than I was making in a year most. That was like, yeah, sure. I don't care. I'll take whatever it is. And as it happens, it was based on these novels, and I knew the novels, and I had been a big detective reader who hadn't gone through that noir stage. I knew a lot about that. It was not like asking me to do a show about some obscure era in British monarchy or something that this was in my wheelhouse. There were a lot of meetings, and this is pre-Zoom, but a lot of Hollywood. I would say there were more cooks on this than anything I've done other than network TV. There were just, and I got there, and the script was a patchwork quilt of different drafts, and people liked this piece and this was in, and there was no flow or shape to it. And I was flown out to LA, and there was a big conference table, and I said, I just got a couple of questions. When everybody gets in the car at some point and they drive to a grain silo, and the grain silo explodes on purpose and almost kills them. They go, yeah, that's great. That's great. And I go, why did they get in the car and drive to the grain silo? And there's this pause, and they go, we have permission to blow up a grain silo. And I go, no, I get that. That's totally clear. That makes some sense to me. But what prompts our characters to get in the car and drive to a grain silo in the middle of nowhere late at night? They go, it can be in the day. I go, okay, either way, why are they going? They have permission to grow up a grain silo, so everybody just drove there. But there was the script was filled with things like that. It was, and I don't call that out on any of the writers. I think it's what happens when I don't know what number writer I was. I know that there are more people who work down with their names on the script. There was arbitrations are always ugly at the Writers Guild, but there was an arbitration afterward. But I think I was the one who, and I think Jeff Kanew would say this, I was probably the one who pulled it together and made it coherent, which is something I've done on a lot of projects in my life. I was raised to fix things in certain ways. I tried to pull it together. There were a lot of notes. Katzenberg was giving notes, and he was at that point the most powerful man in Hollywood, but he was micromanaging this among 80 other things. There were some very nice people involved, but there was I said, I don't think the grain silo makes sense. So then they ended up blowing up a boat, which they had permission to blow up. And so that was exciting. And it made more sense to me. At least they were in Chicago. There was a reason to go near water in the city of Chicago. It sort of made some sense as opposed to getting in a car and driving an hour and 20 minutes to an empty grain silo. Every day for maybe I was there I got to live in a nice hotel in Chicago. For me, it was like being drop kicked into Hollywood. But every day there would be notes from Katzenberg, from the Hollywood Pictures team, from a variety of producers, from the director, from Kathleen Turner, about the scenes that we're going to shoot the next day. And the notes, nobody was coordinating them. They contradicted each other. They conflicted with each other. And I would say, here's a version of the scene the way Jeffrey Katzenberg wanted it. Here's a version of the scene the way two execs at Hollywood Pictures wanted it. Here's a version of the scene the way the third exec at Hollywood Pictures wanted it. Here's the Kathleen Turner version. Here's the director. Not that anybody cares what he thinks. And I said, and then I tried to think, all of you guys are focusing on different things. Maybe the prescriptions are wrong, and maybe the diagnosis is probably not right, but something is wrong with these scenes. So here's my attempt to just try to make the scene work with a 3-act structure to the scene and with characterizations. And it's also, if you'll notice, much shorter than all. Then I would say, and here's a scene that incorporates all of your notes, which, like, literally at the door, Kathleen Turner wanted a put your lips together and blow sort of line, like an exit line that showed she was sassy. But they all had different ideas for what the exit line. She actually has 7 lines at the door, so we should probably choose one. And they said, do all 7. We'll edit it later. It was completely insane. I rather enjoyed it, but it was trying to get something to cohere with unbelievable amounts of incoming conflicting messages. And they were doing, Jeff was being tortured by them. They'd look at the dailies and they'd say, tomorrow go back and shoot Jay Saunders with this size lens. Micromanaging, not script, but they actually, this was the delusion they were under at the time. They thought they were really the filmmakers and the directors of the movie and the writers of the movie. And we were sort of assembly. And they could dictate. They really were under the impression in those days that they knew better how to make a movie from, I guess, 2,000 miles away than the filmmakers, and that they could micromanage it. It was a corporate belief at the time at Disney. And Hollywood Pictures didn't last very long, but it's that thing of overexpanding and getting overambitious. And you can't direct a movie from 2,000 miles away. You can't write a movie from 2,000 miles away. We were all aware, I think, that we were on a sinking ship. That the movie came out coherent is slightly a miracle. And they just wanted options in the editing room. Options. Jay Saunders and I still run into each other in New York, and he was one of the principals in the movie. I think he was number 2 on the call sheet or something like that. And very good guy, really good actor. And we talk about it when I ran into him at something in May of this year. And we still talk about it because it was like an experience to survive. We were all aware that it was insane while it was going on. No one was really acting out. Kathleen had good days and bad days, but nobody was. It was all just an attempt to shoot something that wasn't ready to shoot with a director who's probably wasn't right for it. I remember I met him. I said, I know what everybody else wants. What do you want this film to be? What's it about to you? And he said, to me, Kathleen Turner, she's running around with a gun and she's got great legs. And I was like, okay. And he's like, that's the poster. He kept saying, so they knew what the poster was and they never knew what the story was. And it wasn't based on one Warshawski novel. It was based on 4 novels. They had the rights to 4 novels. So instead of doing one novel at a time, they cut and pasted from 3 or 4 different. I felt bad for Sara. She wrote some really good books. The thought at the time was this was going to be a major franchise, that it would be one Kathleen Turner Warshawski movie after another, like Raiders of the Lost Ark or something, except that they didn't approach it in any sensible way. And so I enjoyed it and stayed in touch with a number of people. The guy who was production manager on that, when I got my first TV job in New York, he was the production manager on that. I'm like, didn't you work Warshawski 10 years ago? And he goes, oh, brother, that's a long story. John Roman was his name. He's great. I remember we were in Jeff Kanew's hotel room one Saturday night, and he was getting just clobbered by the West Coast, and we all knew it, and we felt bad, and having to reshoot things because they wanted a different, can you change the color of the wall behind Mike in this next shot? And it's like, yeah, okay. We were in his hotel room, and Jeff had been an editor more than, and you can see he directs in the style of an editor who became a director. It cuts really well. And people aren't moving a lot because that makes it harder to, there's a group of 3 and one person, but they don't change places too often. There's not a lot of do-si-doing. It cuts easily, but there's not a lot of movement to the characters. The characters tend to be stagnant. So we were watching Saturday Night Live and he'd ordered some nice wine. We were just trying to unwind after another week of just being clobbered. And a sketch comes on SNL called What Were You Thinking? And it's Herbie Villanueva. You were on one of the most successful shows of all time, and you left it to launch a movie career. What were you? The notion was actors who were lucky to have these great jobs who'd made horrible choices. And then they go, Shelley Long, you were on Cheers, the most successful sitcom of the decade, and you left it to do Troop Beverly Hills. What were you thinking? And of course, Jeff had directed Troop Beverly. It was when it rains, it pours, and it was pouring every day on the set of Warshawski. And it was mostly, I think, this moment in time when Disney thought they could put out more movies by themselves than all other studios put together. And they created, I think Hollywood Films was the third division that they had going at the time. And they were micromanaging poorly. After about 11 weeks, after about $250,000, my mother took ill. And I had an assistant for the first time in my life. And he had a typewriter that could erase 2 lines by itself, which was like just astounding to me. And I felt bad for this kid because the amount of stuff I was generating that he then he was working harder than I was. I thought, yes. And it was a very nice kid, very sardonic. And my mom got diagnosed with cancer, and I thought, I probably should. The job was going on, and it was going to be 4 weeks in LA. And I just said, guys, I think I'm done. They go, what about this? I said, the kid can do it. It's just dictation at this point. But I said, just dictate to him instead of telling me you'll be. And I think that's what they did. So I was replaced by like a 23-year-old kid who had I don't even know if it was a computer. It was like K-Pro. I don't know what it was called, but it could erase 2 lines, which was incredible. And that was the end of my tenure there. It's not really a golden age of Hollywood story, but it was also for me a great learning experience because I'd never been on. Me and him was not a Hollywood set. That was just handmade filmmaking. And I had another flop called Dear God. I don't know which came first, but that was another one with 9 writers and you get replaced. That may come later, but it was the first time really seeing how the sausage gets made in a factory rife with health violations. And Kathleen didn't want to be there. I think she felt she'd signed on for something other than what she was. I think she was correct in assuming that she deserved better. And she may have gone on a slightly self-destructive way during that. But no one could blame anyone for any acting out that occurred on a set like that. And it was just fascinating to me that the crew knew this was not going to be something that looks great on their resume, but that they were going to get extra weeks because of the amount of reshoots that kept coming. And the Hollywood Pictures spigot was open. I got a letter from one guy afterward who was high up in the ranks of Hollywood Pictures, but was always respectful to me. Some of them were not. Some of them were really disdainful, but he was quite respectful. And I wrote him and he wrote back. I said, my mom took it. I said, also, you were not like some of the others, but it was the amount of abuse or disdain was a little hard to handle. And he said, Warren, I understand. I just remember these words. Every day I eat more shit than you can imagine here. And he, like, maybe the head of Hollywood Pictures. But it just stayed with me. I believe he left Hollywood and became a doctor, became an emergency room doctor. I believe that's the story I heard about it. But he was a decent human being trapped in this machine. And every day I eat more shit than you can imagine. And it was very articulate. He was not a coarse man. That's where Disney was at the height of the narcissistic balloon before it pops, gets bigger and bigger. So I don't know. I haven't seen the movie. How does it hold up?
It's decent. It's not great. And you just feel while you're watching it, like this probably could have been a lot better.
That was the heartbreak to me. Those novels had an interesting character at the center of them. Kathleen is capable of good work. Those novels deserved a better fate. I don't think anyone's ever made a Warshawski movie again. They didn't just kill a movie. They killed a franchise.
Yeah, I think they ended up doing a BBC audio series with Kathleen reprising VI. But yeah, I guess Disney still owns all the visual rights to everything.
They should try again, but get somebody who can direct a good episode of Criminal Intent and get a good writer in. And they weren't the most complicated plots or storylines, but she also had moral outrage about certain issues, and that was something that was not appealing to Disney at the time. The novels were political. I remember there was one with subplot about an abortion clinic being by something. And that was like a third rail. I was instructed, as is often the case from corporate America, I was instructed not to do anything political. You'll hear that today in any LA writing job. That's my success story. I have only fond memories of 10 weeks of staying in a hotel in Chicago. I went to my first Starbucks. It was very exciting. They had one and I'd never been to one. And I walked in and I was like, what is this? Yeah, no, I think it was their second city, presumably. Weirdly, Jeff Kanew now lives around the block from my office, and I have run into him on the street in recent years. Have you spoken to him?
Yeah.
What did he have to say? I'd love to know.
He definitely did not have the greatest time in the world.
Yeah. They were tough on him. But nobody knew again, go back to what the Italian guy told me. What's the movie about? Nobody knew what the movie was about. They all knew what was what the poster was. I don't think you should try to write a movie based on a poster. You should have a beginning, middle, and an end, and you should have a character finding out something about herself in the process of breaking this crime. And none of this was what they were going for. I don't know if he directed much again after that.
It took a long time for him to get another directing gig. We talked about him being in movie jail for quite a while.
Yeah, that's like movie prison for writers.
Uh-huh.
See, I did not go to movie prison. I've gone to movie prison for other jobs. I did not go to movie prison for this because I jobbed in and jobbed out. But somebody once told me no writer in movie prison thinks he's guilty of the crime he's been accused of.
I spoke with two of the other writers as well as Sara Paretsky. And yeah, one of the writers it was like his very first gig that he ever had.
This happened to me. I guess in this point, I was the well-paid writer. But like 4 years earlier, I was doing an adaptation of Slaughterhouse-5, and I got my usual $600 or $1,100 fee to write it. And then I was replaced by Franken and Davis, who got $80,000 to destroy us. And I was, what? That's how that goes.
That's what it was. He got paid more to come in at the very last minute because apparently Disney or Hollywood Pictures was like, oh, we need a voiceover to explain all this stuff. So they hired him. They hired the guy that rewrote him. They hired somebody else. And I'm not sure if you were in that.
Of course, they hired 4 writers simultaneously. Of course they did. Because I had forgotten about that. I think later in the process, I got called back in to do some voice. I'd completely forgotten about that because it's not really one of those remarkable things. But yes, I think I was in. So that would be, here's a tell. You have 4 different writers at the same. That was the thing. Even while I was doing the rewrites, occasionally other rewrites were coming in. And I would then rewrite the other rewrite. And I was like, where did this come from? And nobody knew. I feel bad for Sara Paretsky, and Jeff deserved better. Although at that time in his career, up until then, he was living a good life. But occasionally if I'm channel surfing at night, I'll see some pieces of a film and I'll know it's a Kanew direction just by the certain approach he has to filmmaking. The title should be What Could Have Been, or How to Destroy a Franchise Through Hubris. Death by Executive Hubris.
I was curious how you got involved with television because you've been Mr. Law and Order for a long time.
Yeah, I do know how that happened. I'd had a hit Broadway play that won the Tony, and that changed my life. About 2 years later, I was drowning in elder care. My mother was ill. My father was ill. My father's twin brother was ill. And I was on the hook for all of go to the Medicare card, doesn't swipe one day, and they have to have I was just hemorrhaging money, and which is not unusual with medical care in our society. And I ran into Teresa Rebeck on the street. Teresa is a wonderful writer, playwright, who I think at the time was known as Crime Chick. I told her I was going through a bit of a time. She said, would you ever consider TV writing? I was like, how do you do that? I wasn't really up on television at all. She said, Law and Order, I'm working on a new Law and Order. I said, what channel is it on and where does it shoot? That's how much I knew about the franchise. I had never watched one. I don't think I'd watched any hour dramas. I had just always been a sitcom guy, if anything. She says it shoots, we were on 22nd and 10th. She said it shoots 2 blocks from here. And the first year was 13 episodes, and they started the second year. They want one more writer in New York. I don't think I knew what a showrunner was. I said, tell the head writer I'm a big fan of the shows. And then I did the same thing I did with the horror movies. I went home and I watched, I called William Morris, my agents, and they somehow I got 13 video cassettes of the first season and every script, and I watched them straight through. And I went in and I thought, okay, it seems to be a commercial. I didn't know what a teaser was, but it seemed like there was this thing at the beginning with broken point of view and then 4 commercial breaks. And I came in and pitched a whole story to the guy. I think he liked me because I had a Tony Award and that looked classy to him. But I also pitched a coherent story, and I was talking to him about the background of his lead, Detective Gorin. And I said, to be this hypervigilant, he must come from a home where he grew up. None of the stuff he'd ever thought about at all. I stumbled my way into TV. I called my agent and said, I think this guy wants to hire me. And they said, you can't do TV. You're a Tony Award winning playwright. My lawyer fired me, which was like, save the bullet. I don't know. They were like, what are you doing? And David Chase had been flirting with me for 3 years to go on to Sopranos, but he'd never pulled the trigger. He discovered Edie Falco in my play, met with him, and I'm half Italian American, and I do understand that the world of that show pretty well. Just then after I got hired for Criminal Intent, he found out I was hired and he called and said, I'd like to hire you. I said, I just took a job. And he goes, have you signed a deal yet? I said, no, but I told him I was doing it. That would be, to this day, I wonder what would have happened if I'd gone with him. As it turns out, I became solvent in the world of Law and Order, and I figured out how to write it, but it was like learning how to write with my left hand in a foreign language. I have always had to figure out how to do something if I got the job, so I just figured it out. But anyway, again, TV, I ran into somebody on the street. It's a good thing I walk a lot.
Yeah, I have to say, Gorin was probably the most interesting character on all of those shows put together.
Oh, yeah. I gave him a mother. We had Rita Moreno, who was great. I gave him a serial killer father later. I really tried to, but I was really trying to retrofit a backstory for this really complicated character that Vince was himself fairly complicated. I don't think Vince could do a straight line to save his life. He couldn't say, good morning, how's the weather, without you wondering what the fuck's going to happen next. You had a guy doing that. There was so much subtext and sanity, everything to what he was doing, that you just had to try to figure out what would explain it. And yes, most of the characters on Law and Order had no characters or personalities whatsoever. And I used to get yelled at for doing that. I still get yelled at the Wolf Role for character work, and until they need character work.
Yeah, I used to love D'Onofrio's whole body language, especially when he'd ask a question. Yeah, do that whole tilt. Yeah.
He got that from a cop advisor. A cop advisor told him, a lot of these guys look down, so you have to lean over to make eye contact with and keep the pressure on him. And it became his signature, the Gorin lean, we called it. I was there 4 years, and then they made me showrunner. Things moved quickly in that world. If you could do it, they just kept throwing the work at you, because it's hard to plot those. It's only an A story. Most TV dramas have an A story, a B story, a C story, and a little D runner. Some guy in the break room upset about a breakup or something. This was one storyline, almost no, and it's 45 beats in an hour or TV commercial filled hour with all these act outs. And I didn't like the gratuitous find a body at the end of an act out. You rely on that a lot. But how do you make these twists that are so important for the storytelling? How do you make them organic? And I sometimes watch those episodes now on reruns, and I'm like, how did I fucking plot that? What was I on? You get into a head when you're doing them, and they were these master criminals. And I learned from that showrunner, in no scene should anything be easy for your detectives, which was the opposite of Law and Order, where Law and Order, you go up to someone and say, Mike, did you see a bad guy running down the street? Yeah, I certainly did. If I did that, the scene would come back with a big X through it. You aren't going to tell me you saw the guy because you were there to cop something that you should have been doing and your wife doesn't know you were there. So you're going to lie to me, but I have to figure out that you're lying. If every scene is difficult for the detectives, that makes it more interesting to watch and much harder to write. Warshawski had very little of that.
Mr. Leight, I cannot thank you enough for your time. This was so nice talking with you.
Very nice to meet you. And when it comes out, will you drop me an email? And
Definitely. Yeah.
My daughters will laugh at me as they always do.
All right, we are back and we were talking about V.I. Warshawski, and I don't know if you guys had a chance to listen to that audio commentary. I think you did. That was amusing. That was very amusing to me. Like, I felt so bad because, first off, I had no idea who was going to be talking on the commentary because Jeff Kanew doesn't introduce himself. He just kind of jumps into it and he starts talking about TriStar and all this stuff, and he just goes right into it. I didn't know there was another person with him for like the longest time until finally this guy pipes up. He again doesn't introduce himself, so I had to go looking, and it's Mark Edward Hook or Hike, Heuck. He was the other guy, and Kanew was just not happy to have this other guy with him. It was so cringy so many times. It's like, well, how about we actually talk about this movie? Or like, how about we actually talk about something important? It felt like he was saying.
I listened to the commentary without watching the film. I just put it in the headphones. And so, just kind of was in that liminal space where I'm not sure who's talking or what their role is. And it's rare that you hear a commentary where you get that little bit of antagonism between the speakers. So that was perplexing and engaging. But also I think really it speaks to my feelings about the film, is that I feel like there's a lot of people with something to say about it and they're kind of talking over each other. And this is the way that the film is out in the world, like this is, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. There's a lot of things that I thought were engaging and interesting, but as a whole, it just doesn't in the end hold up.
Yeah. I felt like Mark had a really good point when it came to the idea of this being told like a fairy tale. I mentioned the whole thing with the evil mother/stepmother, the little princess who's going to inherit the kingdom and all these things. And man, oh man, Kanew wanted nothing to do with that. And then later on in the commentary, he's basically embracing that. And he's just, oh, well, yeah, she's like the little girl who's the princess. I'm like, yeah, it was actually a good reading. Wasn't completely off base. And we mentioned those red shoes. I was like, yeah, he talks about how they're the ruby slippers. Okay, I could kind of see that too. And that's what, leads her into this whole quote unquote adventure, because that's how she meets.
No, he says that they aren't the ruby slippers.
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah. He's just like, no. He just denies it. But I'm saying like Mark, the other guy, was like, oh, here's the ruby slippers. And yeah, Kanew's just like, yeah, no, fuck that.
Yeah. He's like, that definitely was not the idea. I mean, it makes sense. It's a Disney movie. She's got these red shoes. It does kind of start everything going. And I know, with as someone who does a lot of film analysis, sometimes you just kind of ignore what the director says because maybe the director was doing something unconsciously and didn't even realize it. They did choose red shoes. So maybe on a subconscious level, it was, thinking of the Wizard of Oz. Who knows?
Yeah. Even just with the costume design. It seems to me that Kanew is coming from this place of just kind of being a studio filmmaker, a commerce kind of filmmaker as opposed to an art filmmaker. And so he's going to be making decisions based on what he can pull off, on what the budget is, and, and try to come up with something interesting. And I feel like this might be something that is not as prevalent now, that we don't have as many of those kinds of studio pictures happening. It seems like everything has to be a tentpole now in a way that it wasn't then. I could see him having to be kind of led along to seeing where the art themes are showing up in a film that he probably really in the time was thinking of it as just a job.
Was somebody like a Sam Fuller, was he doing these as just a job, or were they all passion projects? Was he thinking of all the things that we see in his films? And I feel like with somebody like him, the answer is yes, that they were all passionate, that he was really thinking about all of these things. But then, yeah, it's like you think of the whole auteur theory and it's like, well, was everybody that self-aware, or were there people just taking the job, this is my job. I make these movies. I direct these movies. This is basically commerce to me. So yeah, it's always fascinating to think about like who really was being intentional about things and whose stuff is more accidental. I mean, you even think about like, you know, the hair color of the characters and everything. And you have like, you know, Kathleen Turner and Kat, the little girl, are both blonde. And then the mom's got this kind of crazy red hair and stuff. So it's like they belong together because they're both blonde and they look more like mother and daughter than, you know, Paige or whatever the mother character. And she dresses in black. She looks kind of witchy and all this stuff. It's like, yeah, was that intentional or not? How far does that go?
Well, that's why I feel like it's very useful to be able to say that you can disregard what the director does or doesn't say. People do a lot of things unintentionally. You know, they might not even realize, you know, and I talk about it in my classes where I say, you know, the director isn't living in a vacuum, right? They're part of the popular culture that we're all living in. And so they're going to be responding to it, even if they aren't doing it on purpose. So I give you permission to read into things and ignore what the director says.
Just a little throwaway thing that I feel like I have to say because I am such an advocate of Baltimore. In the Wikipedia entry for this, it talks about how there was a point where they were intending to set this in Baltimore and not Chicago, which puzzles me. I haven't really been able to explore that a little bit further, but it doesn't make sense because that's not where the detective was set in the books, right? She's set in Chicago, in Chicago in the books. The greedy part of me is like, that'd be great to have this set in Baltimore. But the question is, why? And especially, like imagine if that had happened and then she still continued to do Serial Mom just a couple of years later. What would that be like? What would the world be like where we've got the Warshawski franchise set in Baltimore and Serial Mom is also there?
Speaking of the Warshawski franchise, I think it's always fascinating to me when a studio is so wrong about a movie. Like if you talk about Mommy Dearest, for instance, that they originally thought this was going to be this Oscar-worthy serious drama. And they were kind of blindsided by the fact that audiences had such a, camp comedic response to it. And they really thought this was going to be a successful movie. And they were already in the works planning a sequel. And in the sequel, the concept is that she settles down to have her own child, which is like so incongruous from what V.I. Warshawski is supposed to represent that it's like, why even use the Paretsky books as like your source material if you're just going to go so far, off the plantation or whatever the expression is?
Yeah, like I said, it's very, very loose when it comes to what they take from Deadlock. And it kind of, again, selfishly, like you were saying, Rain, for me, parts of the book actually take place at the Sioux Locks up in, Sioux City, Michigan / Canada. It's where we have the locks I can go through and, for the shipping lanes and all those things. And like I said, Thunder Bay up in Canada. And all of these things where I was just like, oh yeah, I can picture all of this stuff in my head. So as I'm reading the book or listening to the book, I'm just like picturing all of these places that I've actually been to before. And it's just like, oh yeah, this will be great to see this on film. But of course it never leaves Chicago. It's just all in Chicago. And so like the shipping, I mean, at the end of the movie, the shipping has nothing to do with it. That's what they figure out is like, oh yeah, the shipping has absolutely nothing to do with this. It's all about this beachfront property that was granted to, or waterfront property, I should say, that was granted to the granddaughter, to Kat, to the little girl in the movie. And so she's the key. She's basically the walking, talking MacGuffin of this movie. Fuck me then. I guess this whole thing about shipping stuff just really doesn't matter. I'm glad that they don't go into it too much, but you also, I don't really get a feel for the brothers that much, especially the one brother who's not Trumbull. I guess his name is Horton. Frederick Coffin plays him, who I mostly remember as I think famously for me, he's the cop that Wayne and Garth are making fun of in Wayne's World. And then you get the guy who was with Lee Arnberg who kidnaps her, I think he's also in Wayne's World. Like, these are very Chicago actors. And I was really glad for that. And I'm glad that they embraced the Chicago-ness. I was actually happy. This doesn't, again, take place in the book, but the chase on the Chicago River, I was like, okay, well, this is nice. It's good to actually use the city, because otherwise, other than like Wrigley Field, we don't see a whole lot of the Chicago-ness of stuff. I don't even think she eats a hot dog. And from what I understand, people in Chicago just live on hot dogs.
I would.
Hot dogs and deep dish pizza.
Kanew seemed to be very taken with the fact that it was in Chicago and seemed to, take personal delight in all the real locations that they were able to use and everything. So it wasn't like, oh, we were just in Chicago because they gave us a tax rebate.
Well, even the house that she lives in, that street that she's on, and those types of houses very much remind me of a friend of mine who lives in Chicago and the house that he lives in. And I know that the guy on the commentary track, Mark, was like, oh, she's got this huge apartment. I'm like, they're pretty good size, but this is not New York City. This is a world where you could, well, at this time, you still could have a decent sized apartment for not that crazy amount of money. This isn't San Francisco either.
And it doesn't look like a super posh apartment.
No, it looks dingy as hell.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised in the commentary where he's sort of saying like how it seems weird that she can afford this apartment. And I was like, wow, I did not get that impression.
Did not look very lavish.
It goes along with her car.
Yeah, and that's one of the big action moments in the book is she gets her brakes cut and ends up getting into an accident on either 94 or the Lakeshore Drive, 55 or whatever it is. And it's like, that's really, like, she gets really fucked up from that. Like, that really almost takes her out of commission. But luckily she has the wherewithal to actually be able to survive that. And that's when they really introduce that doctor character, who again is just like, shows up for 3 scenes and she's kind of out of there. And you really get a sense of friendship of those characters. And I understand, like, a book is a book and a movie's a movie, but like, just the characterization of these people, it's like, yeah, give me more of their relationship. Or would that be too lesbian if we have 2 women talk on screen for more than 5 minutes?
I mean, it was 1991, so, only lesbians talk to each other on film at that point.
Unless they're talking about a man, then it's okay.
Which a lot of this is, failing the Bechdel test for sure.
Which is unfortunate because it could have been this great, empowering feminist movie. And then instead, we get this.
By the way, I hope I haven't mispronounced Warshawski as I've been going through this, but as somebody who grew up with a lot of Polish people in his life, most Polish names other than with C's, the C's get pronounced a little bit differently, but most of them it's just as easy as it looks is how you pronounce it. Just like Wojciechowicz would always say. You spell it just like it sounds. You say it just like it looks. I know that becomes like the funny thing, and I'm surprised that there isn't more of that in the trailer. Though I was surprised with the trailer of this, and I'm trying to remember, is there a moment in the movie where Charles Durning spells her name? Because that goes through the trailer, is him spelling her name at one point. But it sure is there in that trailer. And I know Kanew said that there were a few scenes that they ended up cutting out, and including why Jay Saunders' face is all sooty because she makes him go after her apartment gets firebombed, which seems like a really big deal. After her apartment gets firebombed, she makes him go save those goblets of her mother's, because that's when we first see him. He's drinking out of one of these goblets, and she's like, oh, it's the only thing that my mother brought over from the old country. And apparently there was more about her father as well. I'm okay if they cut that out. They had enough about her dad in here because it's that whole thing, like, a strong woman has to have a strong father who taught her right. Good Lord, you can't have a strong woman that didn't have a strong father. All right, we're going to take another break and play a preview for next week's show right after these brief messages.
Schwarzer Kies. Ein Film von Helmut Keutner.
Es ist die Geschichte eines Mannes der verlorenen Generation, dieses Robert Neidhardt, der keine Illusionen mehr hat, der immer ein Landsknecht war.
Er ist arbeitslos an Arbeitsdienst, er ist PG, dann PW, er ist Madeira-Fahrer, dann Russlandheimkehrer, er ist Volkswagen-Sparer, dann Mitläufer.
Und immer wieder alles im Eimer. Aber drittes Mal passiert mir das nicht, das kann ich dir sagen.
Seien Sie vernünftig, Rössler. Die Amis beschweren sich. Die Amis, die kenn ich.
Weißt du, vor wem du wegläufst? Vor dir selber, vor deinem eigenen Gewissen.
Quatsch, Gewissen. So ein Zinnober gibt's bei mir nicht.
So bist du. Du Saukerle! Aus nix machst du dir was?
Hey, Joe! Ah, Joe! Come on, stand up, let's go.
Einem Mann ohne Illusionen, der für die Erweiterung amerikanischer Raketenbasen in Europa arbeitet, passiert das Missgeschick, mit einer Fuhre schwarzen Kieses, die er verschieben will, nachts ein Unglück herbeizuführen. Helmut Keutner führt uns in eine zwielichtige Welt.
Das ist der Schuppen. Früher war es ein Kuhstall, jetzt ist es ein Saustall.
Die moderne Technik verändert das Land und die Menschen.
Warum sollten wir nicht da wieder anfangen, wo du aufgehört hast? Hauptsache es stimmt noch und das haben wir ja schnell raus.
Jeder ist auf der Jagd nach einem bisschen Glück. Lebenshunger herrscht und Angst.
Ich will dich nicht verlieren, John. Und ich verliere dich, wenn ich hier bleiben muss. Ich hab so Angst.
Herr Neidhardt, gestern sind 2 Menschen spurlos verschwunden. Warum wollen Sie mir nicht sagen, was Sie davon wissen?
Ich habe die Polizei verständigt. Die legen sich heute Abend im Preschelhof auf die Lauer.
Sieh mal, guckt der neue Boss. Erzähl ihm bloß nichts von dem schwarzen Kies.
Schwarzer Kies.
Sie haben was gefunden. Ja, Sie graben auf, wir müssen weg, sofort.
Wer weiß davon? Nur du und dieser Mann?
Ja?
Dann gibt es diesen Unfall nicht.
Weißt du, was du bist?
Ein Mörder bist du.
Let's go to the hottest place I know to plunge mit.
Schwarzer Kies. Ein heißes Thema unserer Tage.
That's right. We will be back next week with a look at Black Gravel. Until then, I want to thank my co-hosts, Rain and Dahlia. So, Dahlia, what is new in your world, ma'am?
Before I talk about what I'm working on now, I just wanted to suggest that people might be interested in reading my LA Private Eyes book, which is the book in which I talk about V.I. Warshawski. Even though it is set in Chicago, there are so few female private eye movies that I use V.I. Warshawski as kind of a case study. So that's not a new book, but it's one that's relevant to our conversation. And then at the moment these days, I am locked up in my apartment on a sabbatical working on my next book, which is called Dead Bombshells, The Afterlife of Popular Culture's Most Glamorous Corpses. And it basically looks at how we turn these sort of glamorous corpses into symbols of beauty, tragedy, desire, how they integrate, politics of gender, race, and celebrity. And I look at people like the Black Dahlia, Marilyn Monroe, Jane Mansfield, Anna Nicole Smith, Princess Diana, Selena, Whitney Houston. Each person gets a chapter, and I kind of look at their afterlife and what kind of collective fantasies have been spun since their death.
And Rain, how about yourself? What's going on with you?
Well, as we're recording this, I've got an art show that's up here at a gallery in Baltimore called Current Space that has been 2 years in the making. And so I think by the time this airs, that will have closed, sadly. But hopefully, if you want to see it, get in contact and maybe we can set it up at a gallery near you. And, I was supposed to hear back on a residency today, and I just got that email just now that said I did not get that residency, which it's fine because you know what? This is this is my advice to the world who are applying for residencies and grants and stuff like that. Once you put that application out there, just pretend you're not going to get it. Just think, I'm not going to get this, and move on to that next thing. And so I'm kind of in that headspace. It would have been cool to have gotten this, but, it means that I'm going to have a little more time this winter to develop that next project. So I will just say watch this space. I'm sure I'm going to be back on the projection booth before too much longer, and I'll tell you all about what I'm up to then.
Well, thank you so much, ladies, for being on the show. Thanks to everybody for listening. Want to support physical media and get great movies by mail? Head over to scarecrow.com and try Scarecrow Video's incredible rent-by-mail service, the largest publicly available accessible collection in the world. You will find films there entirely unavailable elsewhere. Get what you want when you want it without the scrolling. If you want to hear more of me shooting off my mouth, check out some of the other shows that I work on. They are all available at weirdingwaymedia.com. Thanks especially to our Patreon community. If you want to join the community, visit patreon.com/projection booth. Every donation we get helps the projection booth take over the world.
Watching the detectives. Watching the detectives. Watching the detectives.